I now call the June 2025 extraordinary meeting at Leeton Shire Council to order, the time being 6:31. I remind everyone that in the spirit of open, accessible and transparent government, this meeting of the Leeton Shire Council is being streamlined live on Council's social media account, and then the recording will be uploaded to Council's website. Please stand while Councillor Finan.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
Acknowledgement of country. Leeton Shire Council acknowledges the Wiradjuri people and their continued impact on our community. We acknowledge their connection to the land, water and sky. We acknowledge all Aboriginal people who have made Leeton Shire their home, and as such we pay our respects to all Aboriginal elders, past, present and emerging in our Shire.
Thank you. Any apology, councillors online for tonight's general meeting?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have an apology from Councillor Tracy Morris, who is vacationing and so she's away in another state. We also have a notification tonight from Councillor Tiffin that she'll be zooming in online and she's on the screen. So as per our code of meeting practice, if council could accept that along with the notice of apologies. We don't yet have an apology for Councillor Nardi and Councillor Matum, so I assume they're still coming. So perhaps in anticipation, council could move accepting their notice of being late. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Are there any other? That's it. All right. Please, can I have a move and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Kidd, second by Councillor Wright. Put the motion. All carried. Aye. Thank you. Good. Right. Disclosure of interest. Are there any disclosure of interest to be declared this evening? Councillors, please stand and advise for the record if there's any. No. Thank you very much. Procedure motion, public forum. Thank you. Now to our next item, 7.1.1. Community consultation on the draft 2025 to 2029 delivery program and the long-term financial plan and 2025 to 2026 operational plan, budget and review policy. Firstly, councillors, can we receive a late submission from the Leeton Basketball Association for council preparation for tonight? Are we happy to accept a late submission from the movement? Moved by Councillor Kidd, second by Councillor Wright. All in favour? Aye. Thank you. Right, thank you. Now on to the item 7.1.1 community consultation on the draft 2025-2029 delivery program and long-term financial plan for 2025 to 26, operation plan, budget and delivery policy. Before we hear from the community representation, I ask that Professor Drew provide us with a brief presentation on the Leeton Financial Sustainability Review update. Thank you for your time this evening, Professor Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you all see my PowerPoint?
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Excellent. Okay, so I'm just here to give.
Maybe the gallery can't see it properly. Can you see that? You see that? Sorry, Professor Drew, off you go.
Yep, I'm just here to give you a quick 5-minute update on where we are with the sustainability review. Remember, this is the review that I'm doing with my colleagues, Professor Masato Miyazaki from Saitama University in Japan and Professor Youngju Kim from Seoul National University. Before I do give you my couple minutes, I do want to make it known how impressed I've been with all the stakeholders, the councillors, all the staff, the senior staff and the community. Everyone's been perfect. We're all on the same page. We all want the best for the people of Leeton, and that's a really, really good starting spot. It's not what I normally find. I don't usually find communities all on the same page with everyone having such good intent. So that's an excellent start. I haven't finished the work. Good work takes time. I always resist timelines because I always say the work will take as long as it takes. I promised to give you the world's best that I could. That involves a lot of sophisticated maths. You'll see the final report ultimately, and you'll understand why it took so long. It also involves a lot of conversations with as many stakeholders as possible, and then we've got to piece it all together and come together as a group of 3 professors and give you our ideas. But I do want to give you some indications of where things are likely heading. One of the principal recommendations we'll be making is to set up a financial sustainability team to construct what the state government is calling a financial sustainability structured recovery plan. I think that's the new words in their new policy. It's going to be necessary anyway under the changes that look like they're coming in towards the end of this year. But it's really, really important because like every council, there's a whole heap of stuff we need to do before we're ready to do a special rate variation. On that note, the special rate variation is not going to be able to happen, or our recommendation is that you don't do it in this coming round, which is February 2026. I know that seems a long way off, but typically to do a successful SRV, you need to start at the end of July. And there's a lot of policy uncertainty, and there's also some other things we need to get right at council before we be in a position to do a successful SRV. I will give you an indication though, and it's only an indication. Please don't try to pin me down to these numbers because I don't know what's going to happen over the next 6 months. I don't know what the state government's going to do, what the federal government's going to do. They're both doing interesting things at present, or what we're going to do as a council. But I anticipate that there will be an SRV application in February 2027. So we'd be talking about it in March. We'd be starting work at the end of July of 2026. And it will be somewhere in the range of 25 to 35%. It could be a couple percent either side, depending what other people are doing. But that's the sort of range we're looking at. There's a lot of other things we're recommending. And I'm conscious of the fact that we're in a democracy. I'm not the dictator of Leeton. I don't want to be the dictator of Leeton. I'm not even a resident of Leeton. So we're hard-headed, hard-hearted economists. We deal with the numbers. We come up with recommendations. Then the democratic process takes over and you view our recommendations through the lens of people who are invested in Leeton. But certainly a recommendation is to revise fees and charges. A lot need to go up. Some might need to go down. Potential divestments, as long as we can make sure the service quality is there still for the community. Changes to procedures around grants that we give out, and changes to procedures around capital works from before the time that we commit to a capital work all the way through to completion. So there's some of the big things we'll be recommending. There's going to be 25, 26 recommendations, and I won't go through them all tonight. I do quickly want to talk about state government policy complications. I've been in this game for about 2 decades. I've worked for a couple of national governments. I've worked for every other jurisdiction in Australia. I've never encountered the policy vacuum that we have in New South Wales before in my life. I didn't think it was possible. So the New South Wales state government, at the urging of IPART, set up an inquiry into the financial sustainability of New South Wales local governments, and it isn't a dire case across the jurisdiction. The state government allocated money to IPART to do the inquiry. At the last minute, that money was taken away from them, and the inquiry became an upper house inquiry that was dominated by senators from the ruling party, political party of New South Wales, which is how things typically work. They produced a report. The report wasn't terribly controversial or earth-shaking. At that stage, I was thinking, okay, not a lot's changing here. But typically what then happens is the government will have a response to the report, and that's what you can see up there on the screen. You can download it yourself and read it. And that is a seismic change in how local governments do business, basically. So if you read the report, you'll discover the state government's not putting a lot on the table. They're telling you to do a lot more with a lot less. And they have promised to ask the federal government for some money for you, but that's been asked for many years, since 1995, and that hasn't happened yet. So because of that policy uncertainty, that was the thing that tipped us over the edge and saying, look, this is not the year to be going and doing a SRV of our particular kind. Normally, we don't like to delay because it can involve additional costs, but we don't know what the rules are. We don't even know when the rules are coming out. If we wanted to do an SRV this year, we'd have to start at the end of July. That's only a month away, and there's just too much uncertainty. But there's plenty that we can do, and I'd encourage council to get on with those things. And I'm sure they will. I'm very confident in this council. So thank you very much for listening to me and inviting me to speak for a few minutes. There will be a full presentation, of course, when the report's finalised. It's not far off being finalised at all at this stage, and that's probably going to be in the first week of July. And ultimately, the community will read the report after council has had time to consider it, which is the way things are normally done.
Thank you, Professor Drew. Councillors, do you have any questions of Professor Drew? If we can keep them succinctly, or any questions at all?
Just a statement.
Councillor.
Yeah. I've been enjoying the videos, Professor. Thank you for that. And I would recommend them to anyone who's interested at all in council finances or a backgrounding for council finances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kidd. I must back it up, Professor Drew. It's very, very great. It's very, it talks to the lay people, you know, understand. Very good, your videos. So thank you very much for that.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. It's good feedback, and I intend on keeping them up. And thank you to Terry, who's been splicing them all together for me.
Yeah, very good. So, please, if I have no more questions of Professor Drew, thank you very much, Professor Drew, for your presentation. Much appreciated. Hope it's nice and warm up there somewhere where you are.
No, it's freezing up here, Tamworth Way. So I understand you're freezing too, so there you go.
Yeah, we're all freezing together, right? Good. Good, thank you. Can I have a move in a second?
Right.
Yeah, move Councillor Tynan, seconded by Councillor Kidd. All in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. Now remind tonight's public forum. And I might also remind the gallery as well. Each speaker will be allowed to allow a maximum of 3 minutes to address the council. A councillor may, through the mayor, ask questions of the speaker only, following their address at the public forum. Questions put to a speaker must be correct, succinctly, and without any arguments. Speakers at public forum cannot ask questions of the council or councillors or council staff. All right. The first community representative for tonight is Mr. Jason Mimo from Leeton Golf Club. Thank you.
Can you get a move in?
Thanks.
Sorry, Jason, just before you do that, just need a move and a second to adjourn the meeting.
We're going to come out of council, right?
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Edwards, second by Councillor Mayton. Right.
Thank you.
Now we're in the public forum. Thank you.
Also, I've got Vice President John Hill with me tonight, who might be able to answer any questions that you guys might have following. So this year, I'll put together a bit of a document for you. I don't know if you all got a chance to have a quick swizz over it, but Josh Klein and I have been working together for about 10 years with these fees and charges, and we think we've got it to a really solid position. Steady increases each year. Obviously, things go up. But this year, some of the fees and charges we thought were just a little bit too high, and that they separated us a little bit from other clubs in the community. And we just have this worry that sometimes it can become unaffordable. We've had really good solid numbers. Our green fee income's really good. Our rounds per annum's up like it always is. I think like fantastic position this year that council, about a $47,000 deficit was the budget for this year, and it looks like it's going to come out at about I'm not 100% sure, but close to zero. So we haven't done that in 15 or so years, and we're super proud of that. So we do think that we've got it going in the right way. The clubhouse is nearing completion. We also think that's going to have a solid impact on not only income inside but outside as well. We think we can attract more golfers through having the facility and improving the facility. I've just also put together a few green fee membership comparisons on in that document, which you guys can have a look at and mull over. And I think that's pretty much it.
Any questions? Any questions for councillors to Mr. Mimmer? I must congratulate you. You have done a great job over the years. I remember when it first came to us about $130,000, I think it was, and you've got it down pretty low, which is really good.
Yeah, I think we've been under budget every year, I think, which is a good thing. But we definitely have improved along the way, and we've got to know the business really well. It's at a point now where I hope it can continue to be at least no cost to council.
Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to ask you, with the cost comparisons.
Yep.
Are you aware of how, what the budget position of those comparison clubs are? Are they covering their costs on those fees?
I think it's really a bit of a hard one to predict, because most clubs supplement the cost of the course with the income that they create through the clubhouse itself, which we haven't been able to do. So we're haven't had that facility to help do that. So I think the businesses are very different as far as the costs are similar, but how they bring their money in and how they spend it is a little bit different, because they have that offset of the ability to make some money through the clubhouse trade.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a bit hard to predict.
Yeah.
Any more questions for Mr. Mimmer? Thank you, Mr. Mimmer. Thank you for your presentation. And our next person is Marina Cook from the Leeton Shire Ratepayers and Residents Association. Floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for providing this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Leeton Shire Ratepayers and Residents Association. Firstly, we as a group are not here to discredit or work against you. We are here to represent and advocate for the Leeton Shire community. We are concerned citizens who believe that regular formalised consultation with council and our association would greatly benefit our community. We also wish to help our community to understand the way local government works and how our monetary contributions are used by council. In doing so, we would like council to take note of the following. 1, we need to correct the community response record regarding a letter named Appendix 3. This was inadvertently submitted to council at the Open Yanko meeting. We ask that this letter be struck from the record, as Appendix 4 is our formal submission with the Leeton Shire Ratepayers and Residents Association official letterhead. 2.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. For some residents, the survey was hard to access electronically. Not everyone has an iPad or laptop, and mobiles are not practical for this type of survey. It was not widely publicised where you could collect hard copies of the draft documents. You cannot assume that everyone would know where to look for hard copies. 3, only 1% of the community responded. There was not enough time given for submissions. Council only utilised its Have Your Say online community engagement portal, a double-page newspaper council notice board in the newspaper, and social media posts on Facebook. Many of our residents do not buy the newspaper, or if they live in outlying villages, do not have access to it in a timely manner. Many residents are not on Facebook, and if they are, it does not mean the council news will appear on their Facebook feed. Many residents do not look at the council website on a regular basis. On speaking to residents, we discovered that many had no idea about the survey. The report states that the council contacted community groups directly. We, as an official interested group, were not contacted. This was a short survey and should have been treated as such. As you only allowed 28 days to respond, council could have emailed this information to ratepayers and/or letters sent to their home address to the resident. Posters should have been displayed in prominent places around town and villages, stipulating where hard copies could be found. Win TV, ABC and 2MIA FM radio could also have been contacted to advertise the survey as a community announcement. 4. The 4 face-to-face drop-in sessions were also given at short notice and only on one specific day with one session at night. We question the total of 20 community members being at the meetings, as we had representatives at each meeting, and the total of 14 participants without.
Mrs. Woodcock, the 3 minutes is up. Are you pretty close to finishing?
Yeah. Have I gone over 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so regarding the summary, the 1% that did respond in choosing projects for our outlying villages, we needed equity, housing, prudent and transparent financial management. And of what we have and by council, considering ways of lowering expenditure of the general funds.
Thank you very much.
So that's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Cook. We've got a big night. I got to be fair. I get the trouble. Don't do it.
That's fine.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Was any questions of the speaker? Sorry. Any question of the speaker?
Through the mayor,
Yeah.
Marina, are you going to provide that document to us?
Yes, I can, definitely.
It'd be interesting for everyone to be fully aware.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, declare that I have no input as a ratepayer into the formulation of the document, just for the benefit of certain councillors who might think otherwise.
All right, good. I think it's been recorded. All right, welcome Leeton Yanko Swimming Club. The floor is yours to 3 minutes. Thank you.
For the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Leeton Yanko Swimming Club. We're here to express our strong opposition to the proposed increase in fees for private swim instructors and to respectfully suggest that general admission and season pass prices for the Leeton swimming pool remain unchanged for the 25-26 season. The current $200 instructor fee already discouraged participation last season, attracting only 7 instructors. Raising it to $209 will almost certainly drive them away. With accreditation costing up to $400 plus first aid, CPR and working with children checks, these costs create real financial pressure. We believe the fee should be significantly reduced, not increased, if you want to keep quality instructors in our community. Our club is doing everything we can to ensure children continue to have access to swimming lessons, but this creates a huge responsibility and ongoing strain on our volunteers who already give countless unpaid hours. While the New South Wales government does have a scheme to fund 10 lessons for at-risk children, is delivered by Royal Lifesavers, a brief 2-week window in January. That's helpful, but nowhere near enough to support consistent season-long learning. Leeton's community strategic plan recognises strong public support for free or affordable swimming lessons, particularly for young children and adults, including migrant women, who may not have had the opportunity to learn to swim in their own childhoods. These are exactly the people our club aims to serve, but we can't do it alone, and we can't do it while facing increased barriers. More than 40% of Year 6 students in New South Wales cannot swim 50 metres, a skill many assume is universal. In regional areas like Leeton, the figures are often worse. If we are forced to cut our Learn to Swim program due to lack of instructors, over 100 children could miss out on this essential life-saving skill. The wider impact would also be felt. Fewer lessons means fewer pool entries, fewer family season passes and reduced community engagement. The cost of lost participation would likely outweigh any revenue from instructor fees. We are fortunate to have a fabulous outdoor 10-lane pool, a facility that is the envy of many towns. It regularly hosts swimming carnivals, school events and competitions, drawing visitors from across the region. But to truly make the most of this community asset, we need to support our local families so they can afford to attend participate in and benefit from everything the pool has to offer. Swimming builds confidence, improves physical and mental health, and keeps our community safe. We are proud that Olympic swimmer Matthew Dunn, born here in Leeton, is honoured on the Leeton Sporting Walk of Fame. His success reminds us what's possible when young people are supported early. Let's work together to remove the barriers, not add to them. We respectfully ask that Council significantly reduce the instructor fee, maintain pool entry prices, and support a more sustainable and inclusive approach to swimming in Leeton.
Thank you very much, Leeton Yanko Swimming Club. Any councillor, any questions of the speaker? Councillor Tynan?
I don't know your name. Through the mayor to Nola, what type of reduction, decrease in fee would you be looking for?
For the instructors, I would say a nominal fee, like even just like a admin fee of around $50 as they would for the student fee.
Okay, any more questions, councillor Maton?
I'm not sure if I noted this down correctly. Did you say there was only 7 instructors registered for private lessons over the last summer? Those instructors, would it be safe to assume, were they full, or like in terms of, was there a demand for more instructors?
Yeah. And so we are, buying to a certain degree that if we could engage those instructors more, then they can liaise with the community to say if these people are available, maybe they could to increase the amount of children that can do lessons.
Okay, I can see that. I just was trying to, like, obviously more instructors, more lessons.
Yeah,
more opportunity. I'm just, and my only concern that I would see there is the cost that they would then impose. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Kidd.
No, if I could ask a question. To my memory, there's 2 sets of fees for swimming instructors, because you do have swimming instructors that are university students. A student
as
teacher.
Instructor. So
are you happy with those?
The student fee seems reasonable. But the instructor fee, if you were like a parent or something who was also who had the skills to provide those lessons, often those people have jobs, so they're still doing it in the afternoons for the available similar hours. We're just not quite sure why they have to pay more to provide that service, really. And they are providing a service, a much needed, valuable service. Yeah, they're not making a huge amount of money out of it. And that initial training to be accredited, the other things you have to have, it's a huge outlay for possibly, 5 months of the year, if you're lucky. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Nala, who is representing the Leeton Yanko Swimming Club. You may be okay. Our next speaker is Miss Elizabeth Quasar Tynan. Have I got it right, did I? I must admit, sorry.
Actually, it's Marisa Tynan. Marisa.
Thank you.
Look at the way.
Apologise for that. Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to continue with the speech that Marina prepared. That was in consultation with the whole group of us from the Leeton Ratepayers Association. So regarding this community consultation, which we all read, and the 1% that did respond mentioned the equity of choosing projects for our outlying villages, housing, prudent and transparent financial management of what we have, and the council considering ways of lowering expenditure of the general fund, doing more with less. That's like Professor Drew said. The survey respondents were very clear about not taking on more debt when we have outstanding loans, and asked council not to commit to any project solely based on obtaining a loan. Therefore, we highly recommend that the council places a moratorium on new capital projects that do not address immediate economic and social needs. Where projects have the possibility of grants, no loan should be required until grant funding has been awarded. To do so places increased risk on the general fund due to grant funding not meeting expectations. Therefore, the loan component does not exceed 80% of the cost of the project. This ratio should protect the general fund from being from projects cost overruns. Leeton water rates are extremely high. Our access charge is higher than Griffith, Murrumbidgee and Narrandera. When you add Deniliquin, to the mentioned three, we are the only shire that has a 3-tier system. Once water user reaches the 3rd tier, they will be paying more than double than other shires in are charging. We believe the high rate increase is being applied to this coming financial year and should be eliminated for the 3rd tier should be eliminated. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. Further, applying that rate to residential users is not equitable. The rate for commercial customers is capped at $2.05 per kilolitre versus a residential rate of $3.65 per kilolitre. That is, the household and farm users are subsidising commercial users at $1.56 per kilolitre once a commercial user exceeds the 605 kilolitre of water. This, so is that clear?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, as an association, we are concerned with members of the community who are on fixed pensions and incomes and people who are doing it tough. This council must choose wisely as to the projects that are selected for the betterment of the community as a whole.
Thank you very much, Sue. Thank you. Yeah, good. Any questions of the speaker?
Yes.
Any questions, speakers? Thank you for your input. Thank you very much. Good. Our next speaker is the Leeton Basketball Association. I'd come forward. Can I pronounce your name?
Thank you, guys. Casey, President of Leeton Basketball, and this is Jen.
Right.
I'm not sure if you had a chance to read our proposal, but we are just looking for our consideration that our weekend rate for hire be aligned with our weekday rate. Currently, Leeton Basketball is the major user of the stadium. Just a few figures. In the past 12 months, we've had a 12,000 player usage rate compared to the next highest user, which was Leeton Netball, and their figure was 1,100. So, and our rates, our annual spend is around $40,000 and higher. So for a small sporting club, that is quite a large expenditure. And we, looking at the rates for coming year, $44 is our weekday hire rate, and for training, and our weekend is $69. In comparison, a person from Leeton can travel over to Griffith and shoot hoops for as long as they like on a weekend for $5. So what we're looking for is a rate maybe that not exactly the 44 that we'd pay during the week, at like $50. And that way we can offer that to our players to go and utilise the stadium at a rate that is feasible, because at the moment $69 for someone to hire a court to shoot hoops is just a little bit unrealistic. We are doing our best as a club to source sponsorship, and we've been really lucky. We've had Lannams and Starman Webster come on board and help cover costs for us this year, so we can hire the stadium a little bit more. But we've just asked that council consider that the stadium full, we would uptake stadium on a weekend more, because it is sitting there very empty on weekends at the moment. And we have great plans, and we have the players wanting to use the stadium. It's just the cost is the barrier at the moment.
Thank you.
No, I've just got numbers on Starman. So in the last 6 months, local businesses like Starman Webster have forked out 1,500 and Board have forked out 3,500. And that's just to cover our costs for the stadium hire. And then most of our coaches are volunteers, or all our coaches are volunteers. So they're ready to help our kids stay active instead of being at home in their devices. We want to keep kids out in the stadium, keep them active. And that's about it.
We'd just like to acknowledge grants from council in the past 12 months. They have assisted.
Thank you. Councillor, do you have any questions? I want to speak at Councillor Tonnen.
Good man, Casey, could you just clarify, $5 for shooting hoops in Griffith, does it mean that it costs $69 to shoot hoops in Leeton on a weekend?
Yes, you have to hire a full court for an hour and it's $69.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Clarify that a bit further, unless you want to go to our next question?
No, just.
The $69,
Yep.
could one person essentially hire that for that 1 hour with multiple children come in and kind of split that cost?
Well,
Would that be an option?
Well, you can do that, yeah.
Mm.
What we're sort of proposing is the ideal number of players on court is 10 in training. So if it's $50 for the hour, Leeton Basketball would coordinate having people come in and pay the $5 to us, and we would pay the $50 to council.
Yeah, so basically at $50, we'd hire it out and then we'd cover the cost within. Like get people to pay that $5, yeah.
Yeah.
Per head.
So it's five, pardon me, Mr. Mayor, it's 5 per head at Griffith.
At Griffith, that's just for us, like if you compete in Griffith in competitions, they actually have a built-in fee. So you register for your netball or your basketball and there's a built-in council fee on top of that. So then kids can go multiple times. They don't actually have to pay a $5 fee.
So an annual.
Yeah, they have an annual fee, which would take when you're here. But yeah, it just has a walk-in from news.
Councillor Nardi has a question.
Thank you. I'm through, Mr. Mayor. How many children from Leeton are carpooling over to Griffith every week to utilise the court on average?
Couldn't tell you exactly how many. A lot of people just do it on their own.
Just for extra.
Different times, yeah. As I said, they can go to Griffith and do a few things, and
so then they're taking
it's just the 1 hour,
and then they're taking money out of town that they're spending in another community. And how many students are registered with Leeton Basketball Association?
330.
330.
And we've just been down there running a program this afternoon. So that's 20 kids could sign up to that. So that's a full court. We do one court just because to cover the fees. That's the one that the Lenham's Ford have sponsored to cover that court fee. So the coaches volunteer their time down there, but it's capped at 20 kids. That's 20 boys running around with basketballs. So that was waitlisted too. So kids actually want to do it. And that's like a really great program for the kids. It's not, at the moment they can get in on town comp. They've missed all the startup stuff. So they come in at age 8 and want to play basketball and they're running around like headless chooks because they have no idea how to play the sport. Whereas now we've introduced this program where the kids can come in and it's stripped back. They can learn how to shoot properly, create confidence so they can go back into that town comp and
that's awesome.
Stay around the sport.
Thank you.
Councillor Kidd.
I think you may, thanks ladies for your presentation, it's great. Just some clarification, when you're saying shooting hoops, and I think you've already answered this, do you mean actually a formal training session or just horsing around?
No, well, in Griffith, it's go in as an individual. Like if you just want to pay the $5, obviously they've got 7 courts, so there's space. Here we would do it more structured. Like we're talking about Leeton Basketball hiring it because we need more court access. For example, our rep teams can access the stadium for about an hour a week for training. Miranda, Griffith, those towns are training 2.5 hours a week purely because they can access their courts. We would access stadium on a Saturday or a Sunday and have extra formal training as well. Because
because there's too many other users.
That's right. You've got your netball and your futsal, they've got to run their competitions as well. So we would take up the Wednesday nights, like we've got Monday, Tuesday, and we use Fridays. We would take the Wednesdays.
Okay, thank you for that.
Anyway,
It's just an opportunity to do structured stuff as well. So in terms of, there'll be kids that want to go down there and shoot, but also just, building the skill within the kids as well and
Can
confidence.
always more that.
Yeah.
any other questions? I have a question. I have two questions actually. Narendra and Griffith, do they have more courts than us?
Griffith's got 7
And Narendra?
and Narendra's got 2.
We,
They don't have as big a player base as us.
all right. And if 10 people went over to Griffith or at $5 each, that's $50 plus the cost of the petrol there and back. That'd be right?
Just quickly, I had a meeting with the CEO
Make us run.
of South Wales, and they have actually offered their infrastructure manager to open dialogue with council about stadium expansion plans and everything. They've actually just worked with Leeton Shire. They only had 1 court and they're doing a 2-court stadium there for them. So they've offered their services.
Are you happy to pass on any information regarding?
They.
Okay, yep, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you very much for your presentation tonight. Thank you very much. Next guest, our next speaker is Alison Cowell. Alison, you have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Following on from the association, Leeton Association, I don't really do, I shall read the last bit. As an association, we are also concerned with members of the community who are on fixed pensions and incomes. Thus, councils must choose wisely as to which projects are selected for the benefit of council and the community. Preferably ones that will expand our population by providing housing and employment and not leave a heavy financial burden on the ratepayers and their children. Wish lists can be looked at when we are more financially viable. The Leeton Shire Ratepayers and Residents Association meet on the first Monday of every month at the Presbyterian Church Hall at 6 p.m. during winter, and we welcome all councillors and anyone watching to attend. We generally want to hear what you have to say regarding our community. Thank you for us.
Yeah, Alison, any questions for Alison from the councillors? Yeah, thank you, Alison, for your presentation. Thank you. Moving on to our next speaker is Mr. Ali Mahad. I apologise if I pronounced your name wrong. Sorry. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to give me this opportunity. My submission regarding the draft delivery program of 2025, 2029 and operational plan was regarding establishment of an indoor cricket stadium. Cricket used to be a bigger thing, very big thing in this town, but unfortunately after COVID, it just died. Recently, there were few efforts done by locals along with the collaboration with the council, Parks, that department. They helped them to renovate that good ground. We started again, but unfortunately, because there were not many competitors in the town, so they had to go and compete in cricket. The results were not very what we were looking for. And one of the key reasons were the lack of proper cricketing and indoor cricketing facilities. The facilities that we have around the town, they are outdoor. And unfortunately, because the players are they are part-time players, they are practicing just once a week, which is a committed date and pre-decided date and time. If it is affected by rain or any other weather issues, it gets wasted. So by having the indoor cricketing facility, those players would get the opportunity to practice at the time and, at the time of their convenience. Secondly, this indoor cricketing stadium or even a small facility would promote the indoor cricket as well. At the same time, it's going to be in compliance with the council's broader vision for enhancing community sports and recreational facilities. I myself is a certified level 1 coach, so I'm a certified community coach. I can offer my services. At the same time, we can look for community participation and partnership for if such venture gets accepted by the council. And I would request council to seriously consider this thing because with the recent influx of immigrants like me, cricket is definitely one of the sports that would be, beloved by the community. So that's my summation.
Thank you very much, Mahad. Any questions of the speaker from councillors? Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask if this is going to perhaps show my ignorance around sports, and I apologise in advance, but is indoor cricket something that you can do in the current indoor stadium, or is that not suitable?
It's honestly, it doesn't require, unlike an indoor, I don't want to put an analogy here, but unlike an indoor swimming pool, it doesn't require a lot of funding and a lot of infrastructure. It just requires a concrete floor and, synthetic matting can be laid over that. The indoor stadium, I don't think so. It's a suitable place because the floor over there, it's a timber, and I don't find it suitable to be used for indoor cricket.
So you play on AstroTurf. So indoor cricket's played on AstroTurf?
Yeah, sort of. It's not AstroTurf. It's like Syntho. You can see it on the high school oval as well. Okay. But at the same time, I would like to add one more detail to my submission. It is being endorsed by the only club that Leeton has right now. The secretary to the club is Matt Curry, and the president is Gino Moto. So they have endorsed this submission as well. While before coming here, I had a telephonic conversation with them. Although the submission was made individually by me, but I got an endorsement from them.
All right, you speak on their behalf.
Not on their behalf, but with their endorsement.
The endorsement. Thank you very much.
Another question. Sorry, I hadn't finished it.
Right, go ahead.
So an indoor cricket stadium, it has to be fully enclosed. It's a fully enclosed building, or is it a partially enclosed? Does it need a roof, or does it need walls? Does it need to be proper buildings?
It should be fully enclosed, so that the ball doesn't go out. It doesn't spike to another person or a car or anything. So it should be enclosed. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for your submission. I probably have to declare an interest here. I was a very keen indoor cricketer 35 years ago. I don't think the knees would let me do that anymore. I was just wondering, is this primarily to cover unseasonal weather and out-of-season training for regular field cricket, or do you see that as being an entity on its own, indoor cricket?
I see it has four benefits. First of all, it can definitely supplement the existing outdoor cricketing competition that the team is playing. It can provide a venue for their training. Secondly, it can definitely it can be sustainable on its own, because if you put a fee and there are two teams coming, fortunately not too much space is required. So two teams would be comprising of 22 players, each would be contributing even $5, which suffices the time for those hours spent over there. Thirdly, this is as per my humble information, Griffith doesn't have, or any other town in nearby doesn't have an indoor cricketing facility. So if you have it, that makes you distinctive, different from them. And the indoor competition over here can take place in, there is even indoor cricket World Cup nowadays. And the fourth is definitely it aligns with the community, with the council's vision for the long run, for the community sports and recreation.
Thank you.
I think Councillor Tiffin was first. Councillor Tiffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ali, for that presentation. I think Councillor Kidd just alluded to the fact that we used to have a very, very active indoor cricket stadium down at Urals, I think the building was, if I remember correctly. And it's quite a simple... Was it Ural?
It was Leeton Steel Retail. Leeton Steel Retail.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And it's a pretty simple setup. I remember nets and the turf. So what you're talking about is not, building a new asset, but finding a space among existing assets. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct. Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's finding a big enough space and turning it into an indoor cricket stadium, yeah?
Exactly. If we could.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, no, it sounds very exciting. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Would an indoor cricket stadium be able to be used for other sports like indoor hockey and that sort of thing?
I don't think so. The dimensions are pretty different.
Okay.
Because the dimension of indoor hockey, if you have ample space, then definitely you can use it. But honestly, from my design perspective that I have vision in my mind, I don't see both of them going like the footy and cricket can go together because there are no barriers. So in this case, you have to have those racks where you could slide in the net. So which I believe would not be suitable for an indoor hockey stadium. But yeah, we can think about the other sports.
Other sports, yeah.
I don't have any in my mind right now.
Does the turf roll up? Like, is it?
Yeah, it can, definitely. You can just roll it, and I mean, if you need to.
Can be done on a daily basis, is it that?
No, you don't require. I'll just give you an example, like the turf or the synthetic material that's laid pillar oval. That's pretty much the same. So it's just a concrete. Over there, it's going to be a synthetic carpet laid over there, and that's it. And it needs to be guarded by the nets. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Tynan, followed by Councillor Nardi.
Very good, Mayor Tafali. Have you spotted any locations? It seems to me that the MIA old club out there might be.
Honestly, if there's a will, there would be a way. So all I was looking for is if we could have a collective willingness towards it. So if there is a will, definitely we'll try to find some spots and convert those or develop those. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Nardi.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Ali. I was lucky enough to be born in a generation where, like Councillor Tiffin suggested, that we were able to utilise the indoor centre, and it was where Leeton Steel is now. Back then, that indoor facility played cricket. It also played soccer. It also played netball and squash as well. So something of that sort of field would be great, because it would also knock out the options that it would service multiple sports, which would then free up the basketball stadium to be used for basketball users only. So
question, Councillor Nardi.
I understand where you're coming from there, and I really think the thing that you've suggested is great. So thank you.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. Our next speaker is Barbara Smith. Smith, please. Barbara there?
She hasn't attended this evening, Smith.
One more time. No, Barbara Smith. All right. Thank you very much. Guest speaker is, I almost said it. It's the Councillor Tony Sissia, but Mr. Tony Sissia, a former councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, General Manager, councillors, staff, and fellow ratepayers. Just going to speak tonight. I just want to make a few observations actually on the draft delivery program, where the priorities of the council lies in the future for the next term. I believe that with the situation with our finances, particularly how Professor spoke earlier, they should lie with obviously safety and compliance issues, which I'm sure the staff are on top of. And next thing I believe is important is our asset backlog. It currently sits at I think $3.5 million for the term. So I believe before we take on the other major capital works projects, I believe we should focus on that backlog first, and those projects which are affordable and sustainable, not only for the ratepayers but for the council. They should be looked at. I'm happy to the other thing, I think there's a bit of mixed messaging in regard to the actual finances of how the council sits financially. Like on page 17, for instance, of the draft delivery program, it stated that the council remains financially unsustainable and now has got to the point of needing urgent action as we'll exhaust our restricted cash by the end of this financial year. Professor Drew sort of was more inclined to put it off for another year. So there's just a little bit of mixed messaging there, I guess, that I think council might want to address in relation to that. Yeah, that's just the main things that I wanted to speak on. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Tony Sissia?
Good to see you here, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. Good to see you, mate. Your face in here. Thank you very much. Rightio. Now, I would like to thank the community and members for presenting to council this evening. And I thank you very much for your input, deliberate and think through the situations. There being no further questions, I now move that we return back into council. So I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Tyne, Councillor Kidd. Thank you. All in favour? All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to the reports to the council, and the items this evening is item 7.1.1.1. Once again, community consultation for the draft 2025. Thank you very much, everybody. 25-29.
Do they know they can stay?
You can stay if you want to.
You don't have to go.
Up to you. Up to you.
Come and go as you please.
All right, we just want to just, first of all, can I call for move and a seconder that we have the report table, but then we're going to talk about the individual items. I might just read it to you, can I?
Move that, Mr. Mayor.
Can I move in a second? A move by Councillor Kidd, second by Councillor. Thank you. All right. Right. The recommendation is that council gives management direction on what to add, change or remove from the IPNR suite of documents by endorsing the recommendations in attachment 1. This is the recommended option to do. That's the recommended option. Now, remind for council that we're speaking on a motion that there will be a limit of 5 minutes per speaker. The way I would like to handle the running of this item tonight is that we individually discuss and determine the way forward of all the items recommended with a change within the report. Before we do that, regarding all the recommendations for no change, councillors are there any specific items that you would like to discuss tonight? Please raise your hand now so we can add it to the list. Councillor Tyne.
I'd like to discuss in detail the sports precinct project.
Right, we've got that's on the list. That's on the list.
Yeah.
The list. Councillor Wright.
It was the same.
All right,
Yeah.
good.
And Councillor Edwards, that is.
Oh, sorry, please. No. Councillor Tiffin.
Good. Councillor Tiffin wrote in this afternoon with something that she wanted to add to the list.
Was that add on the end?
Was that about the swimming pool?
Yes.
Ah, right. I thought I saw the swimming pool was on a list.
Yes, okay, so it was about the Witten swimming pool in specifically?
Yeah. I think Sarah shared me a list that I thought had the pool on it. But yes, I would be interested in talking about the pool if that was amenable to everybody.
Well, I think we got Witten pool, Witten pool.
The Leeton pool.
Witten.
The Witten pool.
Okay.
Right, my fellow councillors, what we're doing, as you know, in front of you, have you got in front of you that list of good. All right.
Yeah.
What I was talking before is that each of those has a recommendation from the staff, which is usually in the third column. Okay. So what we're going to do is that we're going to debate each one. So the recommendation, may I suggest, the recommendation from staff will be moved and seconded as a motion, and then we can debate that. Or you might put forward a different motion to what the staff has got for evening time homes. Right. So going to page 11. Sorry, yeah, page 11. Page 11.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, on this one, it's particularly shifting it to a greater proportion of grant funding. So that's the difference behind what was in the draft. The draft said that I think it was almost all loan funding, close to, whereas this one is calling for a greater proportion of grant money.
I might just read the recommendation out. Yeah. The recommendation for no, hang on, page 11 of 427. Apologise, 56.
It's written in the document, yeah, so you don't have to look for it.
Oh, right, yeah. Good. The recommendations are, the recommendation from staff, one, proceed with evening tide home projects to 80% grant funding, construction, and 20% from the loan funding, and 300,000 from general fund in the 25-26 planning phase. That's the first part of that one. Second part, approve for evening tide home project financial breakdown as follows. So 25-26, there's 300K from general fund. 26-27 nil, seek grants and approvals. 27-28, we look for 2.75 grant money. And 28-29, 1.75 grant money, plus 500 from a loan. That's the recommendation. Can I call someone to move and second that?
Move that, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by councillor Kidd, second by councillor Wright. All right. Any dissent? No questions. So that's been moved in second. That's got.
Yeah.
Go time.
Clarification question.
Yeah.
It talks about, you just mentioned finding grant money in the future for these projects. Okay. The ratepayers may mention, which wasn't aware of this recommendation, seems perfectly logical. No loans will be sought until this quanta of grant funding is achieved. Is that the current structure, the plan and the financial structure, or is it apply for a grant, get, for example, on the first one, 2 million, and then bump up the loan by $750,000?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the decision here is that subject to council getting 80% grant funding, then council would exercise its getting of the additional loan funding. But in making the grant application, you would say to a funder that council has in principle approved 20% if it gets the 80% grant funding. So it does need to be in here as a commitment, but it certainly won't be negotiated with the bank or drawn down until such time as the whole rest of the grant is tidied up.
Through the Mayor to GM to not come to this question again, is that logic applied to other grant loan structures?
That would be correct, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
And that we would call it internal restriction for that.
No. We wouldn't even engage with the bank until such time as the project was commencing. Yeah.
Councillor Wright.
I had a question. Seems that this is one of the proposed projects that once complete would have a amortized cost over quite a long period of time, with a fairly predictable income being rental income, unlike other projects which are less predictable and are never really expected to make money or cover their costs because they're a public service. So I just wonder if the 80% grant funding is 80% restriction is necessary in this case. Just curious about the opinions of perhaps the manager, the director of finance, the chief financial officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's commercially and, it's, I would use the word commercial. It's prudent as well as commercially astute that we've kept the loan funding at the last. So we are trying to get the grant funding first. If it's available, then only will we go with the project. And then, of course, the income will start, which is the rent part, will be the running income. As the amortization of the loan will be 10 years, which will be on the $500,000. Is that what?
I suppose, correct me if I'm wrong. If we couldn't get a grant for this and it's a socially necessary project, in 3 or 4 years, we would reconsider and decide as a council whether we wanted to completely loan fund it, I guess.
Certainly that would be an option. Right now, today, Homes New South Wales has identified that Leeton needs 19 social houses. So if we can get through our Crown land struggles in this particular patch, then we'd be offering them a solution to something that they want to actually deliver on.
Right. Yeah.
And so
this is tailored towards the reality of the present.
And of course, typically social housing does not pay its way the same way affordable housing does. So I think we're taking a very, the staff are recommending a very prudent approach of if we don't get the grant money, then it should come back to the drawing board to council to consider, because it wouldn't be, you wouldn't even be getting the incomes that affordable housing gives you.
Right. So this way, if the income would pay for maintenance and other things and
okay, Councillor Wright. Yeah.
Yes.
Councillor Tynan, did you hand your hand up, Councillor Edwards?
Yeah, I'll let Councillor Tynan go first. I think I did.
That could cooperate. In these numbers, is there a charge factor built in to possibly account for blowouts in the project at all? Or is this the project without any potential blowout costs? Because if there's no blowout costs, then maybe we need to factor that in as well.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the Director of Ops is the best person, being a quantity surveyor. We got him to do some conservative estimates.
Say one more thing. Yeah. The reason for asking this question is I'm going to repeat this through other projects, is that I'm actually trying to gauge the level of risk to the general fund. Okay, and that's the big thing, because there's one project in here that we'll come to later that I see poses a significant threat to the general fund. This one doesn't, but I am hoping that you can quantify that level of risk and blowout cost.
Like a contingency.
Yeah.
Through the floor. It's the devil with these things is that when you're doing estimates based on very, very little information, that you end up with contingencies in the region of 30 to 35%. Now, that's great, except that it nullifies projects in their tracks, because people look at that value and go, well, we're not going to invest that kind of money. We've tried to be a little more realistic with what we're looking at. So we're looking at about 20% at the moment. Now, that in itself is a risk, because if we are wrong, I don't propose that we would be, but we are quantity surveyors after all. But if we are wrong, then there is an issue. But we have to be realistic in what we look at. 20% contingency in this instance really applies to subsoil works and services. The rest of it, being single-storey dwellings, more or less sorts itself out.
How does that 20% compare as a general rule over the council's projects?
It's high. It's high by to the tune of about 50% higher. And it's that way because that's the rigor that you have to have. If you're in a situation like this, and the project you're going to bring up later is exactly the same boat. It's slightly worse off in as much as it's better scope defined. This, at least I have houses which are a blueprint for what we're going to do. So from a single-storey residential dwelling, I'm fairly okay with what we're building. It's what I don't know, which is underground subsoil conditions and services. And with those, we've applied 20% over the total. I think we'll be safe there. Your question later on, however, I have a different answer for you.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager. My question's probably in two parts. I do apologise. It's just around the 300,000 in general fund for budget for 25-26. Firstly, is that has that been like a number that's been in the previous budget, or have I just made that up in my mind and must just associate another 300,000?
No, it's a new.
It's a new number, yeah.
Planning side of it.
And my understanding is that works won't actually happen until grant money is funded. What would the $300,000 in the general fund cover then, in the meantime?
So it would cover the feasibility study, all the design plans, and it would go as far as detailed design, all the development approval applications, all our dealings with New South Wales Aboriginal Council, because we'd have to get some sort of approval around extinguishing native title or some collaboration. So all of that has to happen, and that gobbles up funds.
I think that's just a quick follow-on with that. That includes, because it's Crown land at the moment, isn't it?
Yes.
And will that include, does that money include the legal fees that might have to eventuate with?
It's a ballpark figure for all the things that we have to do.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you so much.
All of these figures are educated guesses based on previous experience, but nothing's locked in, but it's giving an indicative figure of what things cost. Yeah.
Can I add, being working in a private industry in construction, 20% contingency is quite common. Quite common. I just need some guidance before I go ask me.
Just one point of clarification. I don't know whether it's Director of Operations because he wasn't here at the time, or whether it's the General Manager, but am I right in remembering that we had a 20% contingency on our projects during COVID?
Yes, you're right that the state government started to allow 20%. It used to be as low as 3%, but during COVID, they appreciated that development costs went through the roof, and there was a change in the way that they...
Very unstable time.
But some funds, like we're just busy acquitting one now, where they only allow 10%. So it's a bit variable, but certainly during COVID, it was recognised that 25% was normal.
25.
25, yeah. Thank you.
Any more questions? Dr. Tiffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just thinking through the Crown land and the Land Council issues, does that mean there's a possibility that it might become a collaborative project where we share the costs with the Land Council or the state because it's Crown land, or we assume responsibility for Crown land?
Crown land won't pay for the project. It's Homes New South Wales. But we have to work with Crown land because it's not council controlled property. It's Crown land controlled property.
And the Land Council could become a business partner, or is that too simplified an approach?
It's not impossible. That's right. But this isn't forecasting that, but it's not impossible.
No.
Yeah.
But that's something. And also, it seems like it's right for the picking in terms of Homes New South Wales are interested in getting something happening here specifically. And also my understanding, like we have to make some commitment as a council that gives us leverage with grant funding. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
If we've nominally said we'll cover 20%, that means we're more likely to be successful in a grant round.
Yes.
Yeah, that's part of the game, basically. Yeah. No, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks.
I just want a bit of clarification going forward. That was our first one, right? That's our first one. Now, going forward, right, we'll have a move and a second for the staff recommendation. If you have something different to that, then we'll have a debate going back and forward, right? So if everybody's agreed to a staff recommendation, we move on pretty quickly. Yeah, we're okay with that. Otherwise, we'll have right. Good. Right. Thank you. The next, Robner Road.
You want to carry that one?
Oh, sorry.
Vote.
Well, we had to move in a second, huh?
Yes. Want to vote for it?
Yeah, all in favour of it? Oh, good, thank you, sorry. And now, right. Next one, the Brobner Road Housing Precinct. The recommendation from staff is proceed with Brobner Road Housing Project, subject to 80% grant funding towards the subdivision. Part 2, approve the Brobner Road Housing Project financial breakdown as follows: 25-26, 2.66 grant million, 26-27, 2 million grant plus 1.16 loan, and 27-28 nil, 28-29 nil. Can I get a move and a second for that, please? Moved by councillor Tynan, second by councillor Mayton. Any dissent? All in favour? All right, thank you. You okay with that? Was that too quick for you people?
No, sorry, when you said dissent, can we have discussion?
And
Yeah, you can discuss. If you're going to change the motion at all?
I'd just like to make some discussion, that's all.
All right.
That's okay,
That's okay.
I'm just sort of curious.
Do we have to cancel that call for vote then? Was you called for vote, you accepted it, but now we have to go.
Myself and councillor Edwards didn't put our hand up.
Yeah. That's deemed.
you have voted.
There's some confusion.
I have voted, but we'll just give councillor Nardi. It might be outside the fee, but we all voted for it. I don't think he's going to change.
I did not put my hand up at all.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to change the motion, are you?
No, I just want to make discussions with the option there. So obviously looking at the on the left-hand side column that, people who wanted to who would delay the project or the options to improve the project, which is just a number there. So like I understand, yes, I love that this is a shovel-ready project that is needed. My concern is that we also have a big we've got this big project at Vance Estate, and we're still going to be selling blocks, in due time. I understand that over time we will potentially make money back on that. I'm just a little bit concerned that we might be rushing that project while we still have a project at Vance Estate, which is virtually in line with exactly the same thing. Do I hear fellow councillors feel the same way? Does that make sense?
Not sure what you mean when you say it's in line.
Well, it's almost the same. It's almost the same project because we're going to be selling. We're only making money on the properties as they've sold over time, and this scenario would be the exact same. Would be the exact same thing that once we would make our money back once the blocks were sold.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to clarify to the General Manager. My understanding of this project is that these were going to be affordable housing that the council would own and rent out to key workers.
Yes, but this project's just for the subdivision works, roads, lights, water, sewer. This isn't for the building of the houses, sorry.
To vacant land,
Yeah.
Our voice is gone.
Develop land.
Yeah.
But we weren't planning on selling those blocks though.
There's all sorts of scenarios that still have to come forward to council. If we get the money for the subdivision, there will be the options of selling the land individually, partnering with a developer, partnering with a housing provider. All of those options are still on the table. Step one is to get the roads and the lights and the water in.
I would say that based on that answer, it's not the same as the Vance Road project, because the Vance Estate project was always planned on being sold as industrial land to private businesses. Whereas this is not the use of the land once this subdivision is finished, is prepared, is not determined yet.
Correct. It's not necessarily being sold to private individual.
No, we don't know whether we're selling it or if we are, to whom we would sell it to.
So it's still.
Yeah.
I mean, this gives us options as far as I can see.
Okay, Councillor Edwards, you want, and again, Councillor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm a little bit concerned with the different aspects of the project, and it's in regards to the dog park. I have brought this up before in a council meeting. Has there been, since we're going to be demolishing the dog park, which a lot of people use and it's a very loved asset by a lot of people, has there been any plans at all about moving that dog park? Like, are we going to start the project and not worry about the dog park until, does that make sense? Like, has there been any discussions at all, or?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the dog park will definitely be replaced. There are various options that have been thought through by the manager of open space. But that'll all be done in consultation with the community that use that place a lot. So nothing's locked in at this stage other than a commitment by council to replace the dog park. We won't take it away without replacing it.
No, I just wanted to make sure about that. Has that been accounted for in the future long-term financial planning, or is it not big?
I don't think that.
I believe it's even in this year's budget.
I think I've seen it.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make
So
sure.
it's in the current one,
Budget.
but
Skipped over it.
but we will, from your comment, we'll make sure that it's adequately catered for in the whatever's adopted in June,
We're making note of that.
because it's certainly not done yet, so it needs to be revoted.
Just want to warn, because dog owners tend to like to come out and protest in very big numbers.
Not Mr. Trump.
Yes, so.
I think we're going back over to Councillor Tyler.
Yeah. Advanced Estates Industrial Project, Robina is residential. They're two different markets. The model might be the same, but they're very, very different markets. Turnover in Advanced Estate clearly is going to be much slower given the cost of blocks. Turnover in Robina, you'd expect to be much higher. So just like we hope that any votes, but it's possible that housing will pick up quicker than industrial estate sales.
Thanks, Councillor Knight, your concern. Thank you for that. Now, is there any more discussion? We had a move and a seconder.
And you voted already.
Did we count the votes? Do we know who?
Yeah.
The majority voted.
Yeah.
So,
Majority.
yeah.
Do you want to play? What? You want to put your hands up?
Max was going to vote.
I didn't see.
Who is in favour? All in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. Right, the next one is the, I'm not sure I got the next one's right. Yep. The next one is the Golf Club Estate. Recommendation is the council sells the Golf Club Estate council-owned land. The council can be focusing on Bobner Road housing project. Can I have a move and a seconder? Councillor Edwards, Councillor Wright. Any dissent or discussion?
Just discussion. Came as a surprise to me to sell the land. I didn't expect that. There was a lot of effort and thought put forward to developing the two blocks, and the reasons for doing it were quite good, but I think this is a sensible recommendation.
Right, I think it's, yeah.
I'll oppose that, Mr. Mayor.
You agree, yeah?
I oppose the motion.
Oh, you oppose it? Right, okay. Before I put the motion, any more questions? All in favour?
Did someone who wants to
Yeah, I don't.
speak against it?
Do you want to speak against it?
I'm happy to speak against it. Councillor Tynan probably summed it up that it was a sensible motion. It was also supported in the comments that I read from a community consultation. We do have a problem on council. The purpose is, for those that are not familiar with or understand the concept, is that we have land in the golf club estate which we wish to build two properties on, or maybe a flat arrangement, whatever the case may be, to house for the short term at commercial rates, commercial rental rates, house new staff that are moving to town to work for council. There is a really big problem attracting local government professionals, whether you're talking town planners, engineers, finance people, you name it, there is a great problem. I think we need to give ourselves the edge over other councils if we can provide, and I note in the original statement that this housing be for a limited period, 6 months or whatever, so that people can move to town quickly, take up other housing in time and move out after 6 months, freeing it up for someone else. I think this is a very good initiative. I think it makes commercial sense, and I think if we sell the land now, we've lost an asset. If being a bricks and mortar asset, we can always sell it later on. There'll be no problems there, and real estate generally appreciates at a higher rate than CPI and the like. I think we would be very foolish to support the recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tiffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions because I feel like I'm not. This is quite a new thing. It hasn't come across our desk before, is that correct? But we haven't built the houses yet, is that right?
We own the land.
We own the land.
We just got the own the land, yeah. And is it a recent idea to sell it? Like, have we talked about it in meetings before? I can't remember.
That came up
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the council's put out in the draft IPR documents to build these houses, and based on the feedback, this recommendation's been put forward as an alternative. It's up to council to determine what it wants to do, but the main driver behind this was around our financial sustainability. Now, Councillor Kidd's correct that it does pay its own way eventually, but in the short term, we're a bit short in the short term, in the short to medium term, until such time as we can get our finances right. So the other alternative would be just to leave the land and, decide whether to sell it at a later date. The thing is, it would generate cash. Anyway, I'm not here advocating one way or another. I'm just giving that background.
No.
Yeah.
We know how much we might get for it if we sell it, because it does, not selling assets is a sort of rule of thumb, isn't it?
No.
What's the course of
Yeah.
I might add a comment. I know I've spoken, Mr. Mayor, but we've always been told that we should not be disposing of assets to cover operational matters, and that's what I consider we're doing here. And I think that is bad policy to flog off the family silver to fund short-term operational gains, which will melt away very, very quickly.
Thank you.
Do we know how much we get for the land? Sorry.
No, we don't know, do we?
It would be, I'm not sure of the exact price, but it would be in the order of 120 to 150. I don't know if any people that have recently sold.
They're not a lot.
Land would know.
Go, Councillor Ton, then Councillor
I'm not sure about the operational statement, Councillor Kidd. It seems to me that the money that would be used, we put into the general fund, wouldn't it? It might be used to sell off silver to, whatever analogy you want to use, if that was dedicated already to some other project. But if it's just going into the general fund, that seems to me a sensible thing.
I had
mainly for cash for operational purposes.
It says that the money will focus on the Brobner Road housing. Would it definitely go to the Brobner Road housing project?
Well, that was a suggestion, is that if the funding came in, it could help support back that loan that council's going to take for the Brobner Road housing project. Alternatively, it can go into a property reserve. Typically, when you sell an asset, you wouldn't put it in day-to-day operations. It would go in a reserve.
I'm working on the presumption of that particular recommendation. Councillor Edwards, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious, do we have any similar assets as well, or is this the only asset of this type that we hold as a council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of residential land, we have the Brobner Housing Estate and we have Conapara Street in Whitton. But other than that, most other council-run property is on Crown land.
Right.
Most of yeah. In terms of having green space to build on, those two that I've mentioned are the two.
At the moment, I'm getting discussion rather than for and against. I'm just getting discussions at the moment. Any more questions of the manager or the staff? Right. Are we all clear about what we're going to vote on? Good. Those in favour? Those against?
I'll record my vote against that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, moving
Me
on.
too.
And Councillor Tiffin. Next item is the Whitton Museum renewal, including courthouse on page 13. I'll read the recommendation. Quite lengthy. Council has noted that affordability of the capital program is a concern. The recommendation is the council utilises the 100K from 7.12, you know what 7.12 is? In 25-26 for the urgent Whitton Museum renewals, including courthouse, safety works, as well as comprehensive master plan feasibility study before we decide how to progress. Point 2, project costs for the Whitton Museum renewal, including courthouse, remain in the long-term financial plan for capital works in interim, with a budget showing 80% grant funding and 20% general fund. Point 3 of the recommendation, approves a financial breakdown for the Whitton Museum renewal, including the courthouse, as follows. So in 25-26 is 100,000 from 7.12, 26-27, 484K grant funding, 27-28, 484K again, grant funding, and then the last year, 28-29, 242K general fund. I'm going to say K, I meant 100,000. Can I have a move and a second for that stuff? Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Kidd. Any discussions?
Just a clarification, Mr. Mayor, probably either through Director of Operations or General Manager. In point 1, it says for urgent Whitton Museum removals, including courthouse safety works, as well as comprehensive master plan. I'm interested in safety works. Does that mean brought up to a standard that is safe, or a standard that say the courthouse in particular can be opened?
Operations, I guess.
Chair, the nature of the defects inside the courthouse are numerous, but we've got cavity walls which are separating. So you've got one skin of the wall going one way, the other going the other way, which is by definition not that safe. It's happening all over the inside of the courthouse. This will get that put back together again. It'll get it a lick of paint. It will not get enough. Is it going to be safe? Well, yes, initially, but it's going to require further expenditure over time to maintain safety. And I remind councillors that if we are going to take this work on, we are held to a standard way higher than any community group will be held. We have to look at safety in a very different way. If they're looking at things getting done by committees, groups, that's fine. We can't do that.
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that once everyone's questions are answered, I'd like to speak for the motion.
All right. All right. Councillor Tiffin, you had your hand up. Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're having discussion at the moment.
Yeah, there's
as
move
opposed to
second,
speaking
yeah.
for.
Yeah.
I just wanted to have on the record that I think Whitton Museum, despite being dilapidated at the moment, is a very important cultural asset. And I think we should be prepared to think as creatively, laterally as possible to be able to reinvigorate it, and some ideas that might work. I don't know if it's for tonight's discussion, but to have partnerships with organisations like Pioneer Park and sort of take a collective approach to all our different museums in our little part of the world. The National Museum might be interested in working with us, or even leveraging some of the, wealth that's encapsulated in Witten Malthouse. And the other thing is what you just said, Silas. Is there a way to divest it to a community group or a committee, or is that's something that's why we've stepped in, because they weren't able to look after it?
The Chair, my understanding is that they have vetoed that. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And I think that's with obvious reasons. It's a heck of a responsibility.
Yeah, and there's a lot of work. Yeah, but I think I would hate to see us give up on Witten Museum too quickly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tiffin. Councillor Tyler.
Through the Mayor to the Director of Operations, this is an old building, and with that comes a much higher probability of cost blowouts. Have you increased the ratio from 20 to 30 to 40%?
Well, it is, Councillor, it is how long is a piece of string?
Right. So what that means to me, I interpret that as the 242K from the general fund. There is a very real probability that will blow out to an unknown quantity, which would represent a stress on the general fund that we could terminate here and now. I acknowledge the historical value of the project, but sometimes things just have to be left to decay.
Councillor, I can't comment on that element of it, but what I can say to you that I've been extremely conservative with the money, in as much as I've not applied silly amounts to redo things that don't need to be redone. It really is a safety spruce up, that's what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. So it's putting some concrete paths down, reinstating some paving where it really is just disastrous for anybody wearing anything other than snowshoes. And some of the buildings really, well, one of them in particular really has got to go because it's gone past any way of saving it. If we do all those things, it will be safe. This takes us then to the 28-29 year. After the 28-29 year, we need to remember that we've actually signed ourselves up for maintenance on these buildings going forward for every year thereafter. And it is not going to be much less than $200,000. Just isn't. So we've got to understand that by saving them, we're only saving them to spend more money on them.
By saving them, we put more pressure on our general fund in the future.
You do.
Councillor, you had that was your comment.
Question for clarification.
Question, yes.
I'm just wondering, under what legal position do we have the auspices for the courthouse? Is that, and it's obviously on our heritage register and state heritage register?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if Sarah knows anyone here can tell us about the actual heritage listing. Right now, the courthouse is on Property New South Wales land. There was an issue when Crown land was handed over to council. They mistakenly gave it to Property New South Wales. So we're operating it under license currently. But there is an attempt being made by the government to hand it over to us, along with the police station. I think in amalgamating the police station and the museum, that's where the muddle came, and it went to the wrong government department instead of to council.
So what are our obligations as a heritage item if we have a licence?
Well, I can take that on notice and come back to you what the obligations are.
Is it state or is it?
Well, I'm wondering if it falls down tomorrow, are we liable or at default in some way?
The owners of the land on which it sits through the chair, yes, we are.
Because it is a listed heritage item, so.
Yeah.
Even with the licence,
Yeah. And
we have obligations, and we have obligations to our heritage, but we also have our obligations to our ratepayers, naturally enough.
Hey, Mr. Chair, can I ask the director, is it state heritage listed or heritage listed on our local LEP?
State heritage listed.
State heritage.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, I just felt there was a contradiction between who owns the land that it's on. Secretary for Operations just said we own the land. I thought the general manager said that it's.
City New South Wales owns the land currently.
Yeah.
Yes.
Through the chair, the intention was if they give it to us.
Oh, if
you own the land.
was in a subjunctive.
We will be responsible.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Tone.
Through the mayor to the CFO, how much money is in the 712 fund?
For you, Mr. Mayor, currently we don't have anything in the reserve, but every year we estimate to get around 300,000.
So it's a bit of a gamble.
But this is developer contribution that we have to spend. Yeah.
That's a third of the fund gone.
Yeah. Let's do it. There's a motion in front of us and I'm allowing discussion on the motion rather than anybody changing the motion. Any more discussion on the motion? I have a question. So this money is for back to be safe, safe. Nothing more.
Nothing more. If you wish to return, sorry, through the chair, if you wish to return the building to its original state, there is work to be done, particularly on the courthouse, particularly in the open area, the jail square, where they've subsequently put bars over the roof and pretty poorly at that. That all needs to come out to return it to its previous state. That's not included here.
And another question: if we didn't pass this tonight, what's the repercussions?
It's going to continue to do what all our buildings do. It's going to continue to deteriorate until it reaches a point where it cannot be saved. That's that. Or if it's going to be saved, it's going to be saved at the expenditure of a huge amount of money.
Or it had to be fenced off or something.
Well, unfortunately, there is one there, a building there that already is in that position.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just want to extend on from your question. If someone were to go through the property tomorrow, for example, and they tripped and fell, would we be liable? And how much would that be a big legal cost factor to council?
Through the chair, again, how long is a piece of string? But yes, you can say for a fact if it's a government, if the plaintiff sees that it is a government organisation, then generally the claims are a lot larger.
Councillor Tone.
I need a bit of education here.
Sure.
When it comes to the first part of this recommendation, I'm quite okay with spending some money to bring it up to safety. But in my head, because 1 is linked to 2 is linked to 3, I think it would be prudent to separate 1 from 2 from 3 and to not address these later matters, because I just don't like the idea of these 3 things being sequential. And I do agree that we have a responsibility to keep things up to a level of safety. But I'm concerned the way it's presented is that it's one big long stick for which we don't know the end. And there's a lot of risk to the general fund, and I'm just not interested. I don't think it's prudent to introduce that in the plan.
It is dependent on grant funding.
All right, just 2 seconds. I have a question as well before we go.
Can I respond, Councillor?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, just making it very clear that the only absolute commitment, I suppose, council would be making on the 30th of June, if endorsing this, would be the first year of 25-26. The only reason the others are left in is in the event the feasibility study and master plan becomes a compelling case, then having it in the budget allows us to pursue grant money. If it's not recognised in the delivery program, then it's more difficult to pursue grant money. So I suppose we're separating that at the end of the 25-26 process, there'll be another opportunity for council to decide whether to pursue this or not, because you would have completed a comprehensive master plan and feasibility study, looked at the governance, looked at who the volunteers are, who's going to actually run it. Because to make this investment with two people running a Section 355 committee doesn't make sense. Yep.
That was part of my question, actually. My question was that, does this lock in future councils going forward? Make it safe first year, and have a point three to be decided later. I can sort of live with that. Any more questions?
I see it as very similar to the first item discussed tonight, in that it is totally dependent on grant funding. The first part is separate, and I agree with Councillor Tynan on that. But any future expenditure and the big numbers there, and the general fund numbers after that, are dependent on securing grant funding. So I think we should be shovel ready, just in case a miracle happens.
I feel we've had enough discussion on it. Did you want to say something,
I wanted to speak to the motion, for the motion.
You want to, yeah.
Right, so I'd like to speak for this motion because, as other people have pointed out, we're not actually committing to any expenditure beyond the 2025-2026 financial year. I also believe that being on the committee for the museum, I've been able to ask a lot of questions this year about it. I think the Director of Operations is very correct when he says that to restore this complex of buildings, essentially, would require an unknown amount of money. It would be a huge project, but I believe that there are parts of it that could, given favourable grant funding bodies in the future, potentially become a core of something that could be saved in part. I would point out that this complex of buildings actually includes a range of structures that were brought in from other places. So they're not actually part of the state heritage listing, and they're not necessarily as important to the history of Whitton as the courthouse or other parts of the building. So I would say that the $100,000 to make safe and investigate options for a future possible construction or renovation is a sensible thing to do, because it gives the heritage the respect that it deserves. I think we owe it to Whitton to at least know what we're letting go of, and we won't know that until we spend the $100,000. I'm very favourable in spending a lot of money in Whitton to enhance the potential of the village. I think it has a huge potential long term. I'm less inclined to want to invest a huge amount of money, even if it was grant funded. I'd want in a heritage project. I would want us to prioritise the infrastructure of the village, beautifying the streetscape in a manner that would uplift it into the kind of quality village, appealing village that we have around the region, such as Ganmain and Area Park as examples. But $100,000 in the first instance, I think, is very sensible. I don't see it skewing our long-term financial plan much, given that only one more portion of the money is slated as general fund, and the long-term financial plan is a working document that changes every year. So every year we change it for the following 10 years. So I don't see this as a huge agreement. So I would urge councillors to vote for the motion as it currently is. I don't think we need to go into any complicated variations on the motion or anything like that.
Thank you for closing that debate. I'm going to put the motion. All in favour? Aye. Those against? You're against.
Would you record that, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yep. Right. Have you recorded, count the time, yes, sir. But moving on to the sporting precinct. Right, the recommendation is this, so I better read that properly, the sporting precinct master plan and stadium expansion on page 13 of the document. Recommendation is that council proceeds with sporting precinct master plan and stadium expansion project subject to 80% grant funding and 20% loan funding for capital works. 2, approves the sporting precinct master plan and stadium expansion financial breakdown as follows. The first year, or 25-26, 600,000 from loan funding, 26-27, 7.89 million from grant funding, and the 27-28 year, 1.974. Okay, it should be an M. It could be an M.
It should be an M,
Yeah.
correct. Well spotted.
Loan funding. Can I call for a move and a seconder, please? Move by Councillor Kidd and second by Councillor Nardi. Any dissent or discussion, or we have
I'd like to speak against the motion, Mr. Mayor, when that time comes, once people's questions are answered.
Right, just
Through the mayor to operations. It's my understanding that this project would have a very, very, very large fudge factor attached to the associated with it. So we've got 1.94 million in loan funding, and we got 2.5 million in loan funding. How can we deal with the fudge factor? There is going to be overruns in this project. It's a $10 million project. It's not far off the scope of the Roxy. Its potential to generate revenue to pay for the loans is quite restricted. And how big is the fudge factor that you built into this?
I think, through the chair, if I may, Councillor, you hit the nail on the head, and this is the one I alluded to earlier. I don't have the same answer for you. Or I'd ask the councillors just to cast their minds back when we first met many moons ago now, and we spoke about this new sports precinct or the improved sports precinct. You said it would be great if we could. You gave me a whole lot of things that you would have liked to have done. Squash courts were amongst them. Doing up the tennis courts or something similar or something else, loose ball, whatever it happened. What's the futsal? Sorry, not football. It's really big. Extending the indoor stadium out to twice its size, doubling up on the amount of facilities in there, separate building with squash courts. So there were a variety of other things, which we went and applied a airbrushing of money to what we heard. What this needs really is, instead of looking at the $10 million, is to look at what is it that you really want. Is there something here that you hanker after that we can make more concrete than it currently is in terms of planning? Because then I can look at that $10 million and then I can start looking at the fudge factor and see whether in fact it is $10 million. Is it maybe 7? Can we extend the indoor stadium out, double up on the facilities and call it a day? Does that have the capacity to have indoor cricket in it? And on and on and on and on. There are many questions that I don't have answers to.
So through the mayor to the GM, sorry.
Operations.
It seemed to me that this is a proposal of blue sky mining.
To a degree it is, and I'll put my hand up and accept the blame for that.
And it would seem to me that would pose a significant risk to the general fund, which if you read the documents, it's been stated that the general fund is under stress. Therefore, it's not logical to engage in a blue sky mining operation of this magnitude.
No, perhaps not. But the question then is what is it that we want to do? Instead of casting the baby out with the bathwater, let's decide, what do we want to do? Do we want squash courts? Something I heard it that day and I've never heard it again since. Do we want to double up on the length of the existing indoor stadium? And the answer to that's probably yes. Looking at the amount of work that it does and the amount of occupation that it has, yeah, probably the answer is yes. Can we use it for other things? You've got the indoor cricket, which came up here tonight for the first time. without actually having sat down with it and spent some money, as we said with some of the other projects, in the planning element of it, we're not going to be able to get a grip on a budget. We're just not. So that $10 million is going to sit there, and it's not for anything, you know.
It's an irritating number.
It is an irritating number for everybody. Councillor Tiffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Silas, does that mean we haven't had a planning phase for, you know, what is obviously a necessary upgrade?
Through the chair, we have had discussions around the upgrade of the indoor stadium, the extension of the indoor stadium. So we have a grip on what that's worth, but we don't have a grip on what all of the other things are worth that were spoken about some time back, those days when you were all just starting off as councillors, or so some of you were, some of you weren't. But we've talked about squash courts, for example, a whole new building, a whole new effort, a whole new exercise. What we're going to do with the tennis courts, because they're in a real state. The futsal influence, do we put them in there?
So you mean a precinct strategy? We don't have a precinct strategy for that whole area.
And because we don't have that strategy, councillor, we don't have a good grasp on what the budget is.
So does that mean you lack confidence in expanding?
$10 million. I've done similar work for $10 million before. If you had to ask me, is this a reasonable sum of money to put aside for a sporting precinct of this kind? I'd say yes. But honestly, councillor, I don't know what you want. I'm guessing.
I want.
Perhaps you will, yeah. But you're all individuals. You've all got a view. If I asked you what your view was, I'd get 9 different answers.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
But are we voting on expanding the stadium in this bit?
No. Just to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, this 600K is to put together a master plan and to work out what we're going to do.
That's the 25-26 day loan funding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And then after that will be a commitment. I can remember going way back, the Roxy started off the same way. You had to put money on one side to see what we're going to do with the Roxy. And it came back.
So that, So what the 600 is to pay for what Silas has identified we probably need.
Yes. I dare say you'd be talking to the community and so forth. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. We've got to define our requirements, and then we've got to cut our cloth to suit. And if we do that, Councillor Tynan, then I can say to you that the budget factor that we would have in there, or the contingency that we'd have in there, would be appropriate to the project at hand.
All right. Councillor Tynan, you had a question?
Yeah, through the mayor to the GM, I find this project a bit anomalous. 3 projects that have already been accepted had a 2-to-1 ratio of 4 against. If you look at this project, it's basically 1.2 to 1 ratio. So 1.2 equals supported to every 1 who rejected. I'll bring that in context. In the other ones, the housing ones, they're a clear ratio 2 to 1. I find it a bit confusing, and if you could illuminate the reason why this project, given its clear lack of a majority only on a very small sample size, and we're all dealing with that difficulty.
Yes, yes.
Why a project that had a 1.2 to 1 ratio has this recommendation, given that it's extremely fluid? We're going to take out a loan just to get the project going. To me, it's odd.
You're not, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
These are discussion points.
You're not actually taking out a loan to get the project going.
And this is a question to the GM with respect to why it was given a recommendation when the other projects that do have recommendations, why this had a ratio of 1.2 to 1, which wasn't a clear mandate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as it's not my place to recommend one project over another, but having said that, in terms of the feedback that came in from a lot of people,
and the CSP.
In the CSP was very strongly driven by a big movement of people. There's a vast number of people that use the facility, and it's not our place as staff to advocate for this. We're simply responding, and as the councillor said himself, the You can't use the numbers from feedback from a single consultation exercise as evidence for what's needed. Hence the suggestion that before council proceeds with anything big and onerous and costly, that you first do a very thorough master plan and stadium expansion project, which needs to also look at how it will be funded into the future. So with that croaky voice, that initial step, it's a bit like the Whitten Museum. It's doing that first step properly, which will then help council to make a decision about whether to take future steps.
The council and the community.
Preempt Councillor Kidd's statement. It does say loan funding for 25-26, and that I believe will be to develop the master plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we're going $600,000 into loan just to develop a project, hoping we might get $7.9 million down the future, and then we're going to take out another loan of $2 million, and really the cash flow coming from the project will be paying for those loans in what, 4 or 5 generations' time?
Mr. Mayor, could I please ask the Director of Corporate? I don't think we would be taking out 40-year loans, but could you discuss them, please?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's upon the council whether normally we take loans with amortization of 10 or 20 years. So it's when the time comes, if that time comes, so it's on the council to decide.
CFO about that. Has any potential revenue coming from this new precinct being eyeballed, scratched on a piece of paper or anything like that?
Not yet.
So that would to me be a significant precondition before even engaging in taking $600,000 sub project.
I suggest no sporting system pays back what you put into it.
Right, but just along that line,
it's a case of
we've subsidised the golf club $543,000 over 5 years. I mean, how far do we go? How far do we go?
A separate debate, councillor, and I'm happy to have that with you at any time.
Your voice, councillor.
At any time.
Welcome. Let's discuss it in here.
I am discussing it in here.
Councillor Knight, do you want to say something, Councillor?
Sorry, I've been trying to make the adjustment. Thank you, Mr. So in my, I just like to ask the question to the Director of Operations. So obviously, let's just go back to what the actual stadium needs to be done to move forward. We do have some issues with the stadium. My theory is, I understand that we potentially would like a master plan for an upgrade and all those sorts of things, but my thoughts are that we still need to make sure that the stadium is accessibly safe, that we are repairing issues similar to what we just discussed with the museum. If I would like some clarification within this master plan, first 25-26 session, would that include things that actually need to be done to maintain the use of the stadium and not just the option of moving forward? Like we maintain, say, fixing the roof structure and things like that, because for me,
we're doing those things separately. So the maintenance of the existing structure makes the assumption that that's all it will ever be.
So that is not included in the potential option of a master plan as such.
There is a sum of money to do that with. That is included as a separate budget. Portion of it being done this year, the removal of the heating elements of the roof. A portion of it being done next year, which is the replacement of the roof.
Thank you.
Councillor Tiffin, did you put your hand up? Sorry, Councillor, time to be up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I did before. I just we're still in discussion mode. Is that correct? Sorry, I just
the recommendation or the motion now is in front of you. We're just discussing. I think
we're just discussing it. I just want to say that you know, the benefit of having the sporting facilities that we have is so vast in terms of mental health, physical health, well-being, community belonging, and you only have to go down to that stadium any night of the week and see hundreds and hundreds of little kids herring around playing sport, building confidence, building skills. Yeah, I just think that we could never argue that it's not incredibly valuable to all the people who live in the town and the district. And in fact, tying back to the basketball girls who talked to us before, you know, they're an example of the sort of the enthusiasm, the connection, and the, you know, the good things that come because of the stadium. And if we spend money on a master plan, that seems logical, because then we know how we can really maximise what we do next.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tynan.
One comment to Councillor Tiffin and then a question for the CFO. Councillor Tiffin, I think there's more than enough space around there for kids to keep roaring around at the moment anyway. I mean, when I go past there, I can see kids playing in certain areas. I've never seen the whole of the area chock full with kids looking for more space. Never observed that.
Perhaps you should go inside, Councillor.
Hang on, Councillor Tynan.
Through the CFO, what are the ongoing costs of like this from 27, 28? What are the ongoing costs like at the scale of the project?
Ongoing costs in terms of the repayments of the loan?
No, just
Operations, yeah.
Through the chair, on a rough scale, you can look at it as about another 60 to 70% from what you've currently got. You'll get a little bit of economy of scale, but not a heck of a lot. It's all basically on square metre basis. Your cleaning will be on a square metre basis. Your amenities have doubled, so you'll have more toilet paper in simple terms. So a lot of it will double. A few things you'll get economies of scale on. Your electricity, for example, because you've got your electricity infrastructure already in place, you won't be paying for that again and maintaining it again.
Thank you.
Councillor Kidd.
Right. What this motion is about is not starting a project. It is quite simply, like other things we've discussed this evening, getting ready in case grant funding arrives. We've put in applications for grant funding on a number of occasions over many years. We have not been successful and we will continue that trend until we come across grant funding. If we were going to bulldoze this, we would have done it years ago, because for 20 years I've been listening to people asking for more resources for that space. The people representing sporting bodies here tonight exemplify that frustration. And the place is busy. It does hum. It really, really does. There is difficulty getting bookings, and that happens all the time. We are merely, with that loan funding in 25-26, doing a feasibility study. And you have to have a feasibility study, one, as the Director of Operations did, so that we can assess what and why we are doing things, and what we are doing and why we are doing it. And the other thing is, we need to be shovel ready. If grants become available, they are time limited on the application. You can't just start those things, get quantity surveyors in, do all the work, the plans in 5 minutes. It needs to be done beforehand. You need to know what you're applying for grant funding for. And I'll stress again, it is purely based on receiving grant funding. And all we're doing here is being prudent and careful with our money and making sure that we're spending it on what we need in the right case and to suit what the community's desires are. We just can't hunker down, go into the bunker and pull the things around. We have a town, we have needs, and we have to sensibly deal with those issues of finance. And this is a plan forward, and we should take the plan forward. If you haven't got the information from not doing your feasibility studies and your planning and everything else, then you really aren't making an informed financial decision.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to suggest that the boundaries of the debate space are in your control.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
I would like the chance to speak against the motion and vote on it at some point.
Yeah, I'm letting discussing. I'm also keeping one eye on Councillor Tiffin's gone, right? I want her to be here when we do the vote, right? Otherwise, so do you want to talk against the motion then?
I would like to speak against the motion.
Okay.
I'm going to stand up because I've been sitting on my bum all day, not to be dramatic. So there's a lot of different things people have brought up today about this potential project. I guess what I want to say is that I am against going forward this motion in its entirety. That is not because I'm against, wonderful, ambitious projects, or that I'm against the enthusiasm and dedication that all of the people we've heard from tonight from the sports teams. I really do respect what they do. I think that it's a question of timing and it's a question of scale and it's a question of urgency and it's a question of the budget that we have. The last 10 years, we've on average, we've gone into our savings by $5 million a year. We're $50 less in our savings than we had 10 years ago. Now, there are lots of different reasons why that had to happen. There was a huge backlog of maintenance and all kinds of things that needed to be done. We're a very different council operationally than we were 10 years ago. And I personally think that sometimes you have to spend money to comply and be the best that you can be. The money's there for something, right? But we're getting into the realms of very much projects that are nice to have. I would just point out that borrowing money at this scale, $600,000 is a lot of money to borrow for a speculative project. It's different to the museum because there is no urgency on that. The urgent matters in that precinct are being dealt with in a different budget, have been broadly approved of by the council, the replacing of the roof and the limiting the damage and lengthening the lifespan of the asset there. I don't think we're obliged as a council to provide any specific facilities that are double the capacity than what our neighbouring town, who has double the population than we do, is currently offering. They have 7 indoor courts. We have 4. There's no urgency to increase it to 8. I know that the desire of people to have more resources is real, but even our conservative estimates that we've discussed in the various draft budgets in the last few meetings here in this chamber have shown that even conservatively, we're still going to be almost $2 million in the red operationally. And I think that we need to consider that, we can't take money from the 712 fund and cross-subsidize operations. So a small amount of money for a small project that's very urgent and buys us a lot of time is very different than borrowing 6 times that amount that affects our cash position. It affects our, it really looks bad, especially when we're trying to go through a whole process with professors at universities to really determine what our capacity to pay and what our capacity for projects like this is. Obviously, I agree, no sporting services project ever makes revenue, and I wouldn't expect it to. But we have to acknowledge that it's not it is categorically different to some of the other projects that we've approved already tonight, which will over time have a very high confidence of paying back for themselves. I mean, their housing, it's pretty straightforward. I also don't think we should be engaging in a project this big with borrowing this much money just for a speculative project. It's not even speculative in the sense that we know what we want, and so we need to plan for how we could potentially achieve it and what we could achieve. We actually don't even have the speculative vision yet, really. We don't even have the rough outline vision. So I would be more inclined to support spending $50,000, $20,000 on a community consultation process, which would actually go much further than the CSP, because clearly the sporting community is much more active in its concern with the budget and its resources it needs from council. So yes, I think we should definitely engage with them more. If that costs a bit of money, that's okay. But $600,000 is speculating on speculation. And it preempts a process that we're about to enter, that we've already entered, where I see this budget this year as a placeholding budget. We're a bit in limbo. We don't really know where we're going to be and where we want to be until we go through this process with Professor Drew. And then we can look and say, okay, maybe it turns out that with our SRB and whatever, that we get back into black over a certain time, and then we can consider projects this big again. I think the Roxy is the last project this big that we've been able to do, that this town's able to do at this time. We did it. It's in the past. It's a significant commitment. We're really punching above our weight in so many areas. I don't think we're letting the community down by having a proportionate amount of well taken care of, staffed sporting facilities. We don't have less than other towns per capita. We don't have more than other towns per capita. Sadly, this is just not something I think we can do right now. And because I don't see us being able to do it in the next few years at all, really, I just don't see a scenario where we could. I don't think there's the urgency to be prepared, shovel ready for potential grants, because we don't even know what grants. How can we apply for grants? We don't even know what we want. We don't know what we want. We don't know we don't know what we want to even plan for. So I just think we're so far behind that process. This is just premature. I think it's just really premature. I really hope we can do it one day, but I'm going to vote against this motion, and I urge other councillors to vote against this motion.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to get hold of Councillor Tiffin.
She said her internet dropped out, but she's back in now.
Is she?
She could also vote over the phone for the mayor.
If you're happy to so. I thought I saw another hand over.
Oh, that's out of.
Another hand up?
No.
No. All right, Councillor Tiffin. Back, that's good. That's good.
Hi, apologies. That wasn't personal, Steve. When you started talking to me, the whole world just went analog and dropped out.
All right,
My phone and everything died.
I blame Malcolm Turnbull.
Yeah, Councillor Maidam's got a hand up.
Just a comment. I appreciate that Councillor Tiffin lost her internet there. I just feel like it's a shame to move forward to the vote where she's literally just missed everything that Councillor Wright had to say, where he was opposing the motion and raising some valid points, and you've entirely missed that when we're about to go into a vote. So that would be my only concern.
Would you like me to summarise, Mr. Mayor, really quickly? I've got it. I do have it in dot points.
My fellow councillors, are you happy with it or not?
Councillor Tiffin, I did speak passionately. You probably went over my 5 minutes.
Yeah, well over 5 minutes.
Basically, I said that it's different to the Witten project because there's the urgent repairs and everything to the indoor stadium is happening in a different budget, as we've heard. So this is not about that. Everything about this motion, this recommendation is speculative. I also said that I really don't think we're even in the place to know what we even want to plan for. It's not a case of we have a vision and now we need to make it more concrete. We don't even know what the vision is. And I would suggest that we actually need to enter probably into a detailed, lengthy community consultation process before we even know what the community wants. I also said that $600,000 borrowing for something so ephemeral is not responsible when even our conservative estimates of our budget, when we don't do a lot of capital works, it's still going to be almost 2 million under. So 600 grand is a lot out of 2 million. And I also said it would preempt the process with Professor Drew, and I don't think it's prudent to put something like this big on our long-term financial plan when that's all going to change in a year, because we're going to have this process, we're going to consider an SRV, and I just don't. So I said I'd love to do it one day, but it's just too ambitious right now. It's too premature. That was my broad strokes.
All right, look, I'm just going to put the motion, but I also recognise that part of code of meeting practice that the movement of secretary can say a few words as closing the debate. It was moved by Councillor Kidd and second by Councillor Nardi. Councillor Kidd, do you want to close the debate? We'll vote.
If Councillor Nardi wants to say something first.
Yeah, no, I'm happy just listening to everybody's thoughts tonight. I do feel like, yes, it is a great option to look forward to in the future, something, and it's not viable, and I do understand that. And I feel the same. I feel like we need to just maintain the safety of the stadium first and foremost. And I feel like everybody needs to thank it to put it aside as a figure of speech.
Right. Well, I'm a little confused there, but anyway. I think the mathematics spoken has been quite speculative and lacks an understanding of how these processes work. Now, basically, you cannot complain that you do not have the information if you're prepared to commit money to doing a survey, producing plans, and working it forward. That is not the same as committing to build something. We have, and I've always maintained that it needs to be substantially grant funded. Long before you guys ever came on council, I have maintained that thing. He will not know what it costs, what we need, until we commit. And failure to commit is a failure. It is a failure because you are not listening to the people that are out there. You're not listening to the community, and you either need to be able to justify your course, or you need to be able to say we can't do it now because we don't have the numbers. And we cannot do that unless we've done a feasibility. And that is my argument.
Thank you. Everybody's okay? We're going to vote. What's in front of you is the motion. I'm going to ask.
Not in front at the moment.
Yes, we're having technical issues. I could, Mayor, you've got it in front of you. You could read it out.
Yeah, proceed with the sporting precinct master plan and the stadium expansion project, subject to 80% grant funding and 20% loan funding for the capital works. Point 2, approve the sporting precinct master plan and the stadium extension financial breakdown as follows: 25-26, 600K loan funding, 26-27, 7.892 million grant funding, and 27-28, 1.974 million loan funding. All right? Right. All those in favour? Those against? Lost. No. Thank you. Councillor Wright, you had some suggestion, maybe?
Oh, well, I thought
about $50,000.
Small amount. I'm pulling that money at that amount, Jackie, out of my hair. But I'm just going by what other surveys have cost. But I think that I also don't think it's urgent. I think it's something we could deal with in next year's budget as well.
All right, you don't wish to put anything forward? No. All right, good. Well, thank you very much. We'll move on now. All right, good. Move on to Googly Weir, which is on page 14 of 427. The recommendation is that council proceeds with Googly Weir project subject to 100% private investment. There, yeah.
Yeah, apologies, we have had technical issues. We're just printing out recommendations at the moment. Too long.
Are you happy, councillor, for me to read this out? Yeah, it's also in your
Yeah.
So the recommendation is 100% grant funding only.
I'll read it here. Proceed with Gagurji project subject to 100% private investment for construction currently sitting at 29/20/30 can be brought forward if there is an offer sooner. So that's number one. Number one says that brought forward sooner, but a private investment.
Okay, so that's point one. Okay.
Point two notes that 200K from the general fund is required in 26/27, this is this year, for Gagurji project planning phase. Right? Point three, approval for Gagurji project financial breakdown as follows. So therefore, 26/27 will be 200K, 25% from development contributions, or 7.12, plus 75% from general fund. Then we have 27/28, which is nil, and 28/29, which is nil. 29 and 30 is 2 million private investor with asterisk outside scope of a current DP.
Delivery program, yeah. So.
Point four. Point four, notes that the Gagurji caretaker house renewal is currently budgeted for 40K in 25/26 from the general fund. Is changed to 40K in the 25/26.
It's the source of the funding that changes.
Yeah, 7.12. So the general fund is coming out of the development contributions.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, is that different to what's on my screen? Is it still 25/75?
Yeah, just have a look at that, which page is it on?
Yes, it was for 26/27.
Gagurji is on page 14 of 427. So let's have a look at 14, page 14. Page 14. Wait a minute.
A big number.
No, that's correct, the way I look at it.
That's correct.
Yeah. And just in that box down the bottom there, it says it's recommended that this is changed to 40K. Do you see that?
The house renewal.
The house renewal is changed. You've got a different year on that too. Oh, no, same year, sorry.
Same year on each one.
Renewal is for next year, and all that's changed is the source of the funding. It was general fund, which is rates money, and now it's going to be developed contributions.
Oh, and that's why it says S712.
Yes, so that's year one. In year two is that's 26/27. Recommendation is that's when the homework starts on planning the camp.
40K is not part of the 200K. It's actually 25/26 budget.
It's already committed, isn't it?
Yes, it's just responding to letting you know that the Gagurji caretaker house, separate matter altogether.
Yeah.
The note.
As opposed to the Gagurji cabins.
In this motion, we're just changing the funding from it, that's all.
Well, this is just a way for us to kill two birds with one stone and approve that change of
Just for noting.
noting.
Yes. Because
It's already been done, right? Yeah.
well, it hasn't been done yet, but it will be done.
It's an operational decision that we don't.
It's more than noting, it is actually telling us where the money's gonna come from.
Yes, it's telling you
You're
where
actually
the source
voting,
of the fund.
you're actually voting where the money's coming from.
So we are voting on that note as well.
Yeah, number 4.
Well, you're changing where this funding is sourced from, so you have to vote for that. But it has.
Correct me if I'm wrong, General.
I just don't think it's worded correctly if we're voting on it.
Major project that's for the cabins, that's really the intention behind this item being discussed.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you're saying that this vote will also approve the change of funding for that $40,000, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
But it can be.
Then it needs to be worded slightly differently then. I think.
But I'm happy with it. Yeah.
It says note. Note isn't a vote.
Or we.
But the whole thing is,
Yeah. You can change it to approves if you like, and similarly, number 2 could be approves as well.
Councillor, are you happy with that? Are you happy with the recommendation the way it is?
I don't know.
Our IT guys here.
Councillor Tiffin, I'm asking if everybody's happy with the recommendation the way it is. Please speak up.
Through the mayor to Leanne.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly keen on taking $200,000 and using that to develop a planning phase for a private investor down to town.
All right, so you're actually talking.
There's more to this than a private investor, Mr. Mayor. I think that needs to be stated.
Look, I need to move in a second. I think so. I'm asking for the words of that in front of you. Are okay, those words in front of you?
Well, I'd like, if we haven't got a motion yet,
No.
I'd like to move a motion.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
I'd like to move a motion that we vote on the slightly different wording of this recommendation, that we vote whether or not to proceed with the project subject to 100% private investment for construction, currently sitting at 2930, being brought forward if there's an offer sooner, noting that 200K from the general fund is required in 26-27 for the planning phase. No change to the list of years, financial years there. And I would say that also approving the change of funding source for the Gairdrie Weir caretaker house renewal, which is currently budgeted for 40K in 25-26 general fund, to the 25-26 S7.12 fund.
All right, Councillor, right, you saying 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, okay, 0.4 to be reworded. I don't think wordsmith was the top.
I've written
You topped it up, have you?
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Can I ask a question at this point about the 712s?
Yeah.
There are a number of, I noticed through the plan, I haven't tallied them up. There are a number of 7.12 funding for a number of projects, or part funding has been directed through 712. We also have some 712 going to the Roxy. If we load up, have we got the capacity to load that onto the 712?
Point of order, Mr. Mr. Mayor. I'm very sorry.
Well, the question.
Point of order.
I've got to move a second.
We need to, should we have called for a second to this motion before we started answering questions?
First of all, I want to find out
We haven't
the
defined the
wording
motion yet.
correct in 0.4.
We haven't defined the motion yet.
No.
Really.
I'm just double checking.
We'll just wait till we get a draft of the motion.
So the 0.4 is the council approves the change in source funding for the Weir caretaker house renewal, currently budgeted forward 40,000 from the general fund to section 712 developer contribution.
I'm happy with that wording.
That's your motion.
My motion?
You need a seconder for your motion.
Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Nardi. And a question from Councillor Kidd, was it?
Okay.
Well, the question was whether what the capacity of the 712 fund is, bearing that it has some funds that have been directed away from it tonight. I was just wondering if that's in a safe place.
So through Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to, I specifically looked at this today with the Director of Corporate. In terms of the current Roxy funding, there's money there for that. As explained earlier, we're looking at an average of around 300,000 per annum. This last year we got 600,000
Yes.
of developer contributions, but we like to be conservative with them, so we're looking at 300. When we add up everything for next year that's been recommended, I think it comes to 420. But over the 4 years, it doesn't exceed the available 300 per annum.
Yeah.
So and we also think there might be a little bit left this year that might be able to transfer across.
Right, okay, yeah.
So it is possible that it's slightly overspent for next year.
Now, the other one is we are completely ruling out the possibility of applying for grant funding.
That was probably not the intent, Mr. Mayor.
It seems to be the end result.
Yes, it's just that it was you hardly ever get a grant for 100%. And in this particular case, I suppose the recommendation is that if there is the opportunity for 100% funding, that might be the best option. But it might be that council still wants to consider a grant opportunity as well.
All right. The last one's not a question, it's more of a statement. It was commented on that we didn't need to allocate planning money. We do. There are a number of things that, one, the community have asked for at Kajildri Weir, and a number of things that need to be addressed. And the master plan is not just about cabins. It is about things like boat ramp, and the boat ramps are not up to scratch at present. There have been requests for play equipment. There are other areas where we interact with National Park. Yeah, there's quite a few
comments.
Things, pontoons have been requested. There's quite a number of things from almost what you'd expect to have in a normal recreation park, such as playground equipment, to wish list items that have been placed by the community. And the existing plan is getting quite geriatric now. I think it's about 6 or 7 years.
Well, that one. Yeah. So that's a comment?
Yeah, that's a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tynan, the motion's in front of us. Are you asking for amendment, or are you happy with the motion? Take something out?
To make a statement before that piqued my curiosity. Councillor Peter said that there was more to do with the private investor comment. My whole question about this is $200,000 from the general fund to develop a project planning document, which is then going to be slated for a private investor.
No, not completely.
Yeah, so
private investor is just one piece of the jigsaw puzzle.
So where does the rest of the money come from?
How do you mean?
Well, if the private investor is going to put in $2 million, where are the other pieces of the jigsaw puzzle?
Well, the nature of a private investor, and I have been making inquiries and speaking to people, and that is that the nature of private investment is that if you go into a partnership with the private investors, particularly if they're stumping up 100% of the cash, is that they decide how many cabins they would be putting in, not us. We would obviously have an ideal, which we probably need to reassess, have that plan rejigged, make sure that those numbers work, given the fact that we've improved the potable water supply, that we've improved the evaporation area for the sewerage, different things like that. So there's been significant changes since those plans were originally done. But if you're 100% private investor funded, the private investor will decide whether they want to put in 3 cabins, 5 cabins, or whatever. We will decide where those cabins go and whether they are supported by the services that we have, such as power, water, electricity.
Thank you. I don't want to ask a question of clarification because in this whole recommendation, it does not mention cabins. It mentions a plan for construction. So I'm not too sure cabins actually written in here in this one.
One in front of me.
I like the big cabin. Can I ask a question? The motion, is it?
Community feedback of the children who's having project fees. Sweet.
Oh, yeah, but the recommendation doesn't mention.
Yeah.
Councillor Tynan, are you happy with this amendment? Right, so what I normally do with amendment to something wrong, if the amendment is okay by seconder, we can add it to it. Otherwise we have to debate.
Amendment that.
Thank you.
The planning space be grant.
Thank you.
Sorry,
I think so.
Are you asking, did you hear that?
I didn't hear what Steve said, sorry.
Yeah, point two, correct me wrong, point two is 200K from grant money, 100%.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, on point two. Now the move and the seconder.
I moved it, so I will accept
I need a seconder as well. Your seconder is happy? And you're happy with that? Yeah. All right. So therefore, your amendment goes into this motion, right? So we change point two to say from 100% grant money. All right?
Is that the 200K has to be from a grant?
Grant money, 100%, yeah.
I will speak against that, Mr. Mayor. That's my intent.
of the,
Now it's
the amendment of 100% grant funding.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, and
Planning.
I don't say this to be offensive. It's my understanding that because the mover and the seconder both accepted the amendment is now has been made.
That's right.
So that if councillor if the council.
Okay, Councillor Tittle talking against the motion, against the
motion
and probably
entirety.
Motion.
Yeah.
New motion.
Yeah, and you probably zero in on number two.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to clarify, in the statement there, it says 75%, there's a 25% coming from 7.12. The motion is intended, the 200K is intended to be fully grant funded to relieve any pressure on the 712 fund and the general fund. Can I just be clear on that?
Yep, got that, thank you.
And the movement second, hang on, the movement second agree to that? That becomes a motion. Before I get any more debate, you got a question, Councillor Tiffin, a question?
I just, why do we want to spend money on this plan but not the previous plan? And why didn't we change loan funding to grant funding in the previous?
We can't go back. We can't keep.
No, I know, but I'm just pointing out an illogicality in the discussion.
Yeah, it has been pointed out before. All right.
Right.
We'll go back. The motion is in front of you. Are you all clear of the motion? Right. I had a speak.
Wait, Mr. Mayor, are we able to reread what the motion now currently says?
Yes, I'm happy to read it.
Yeah, just a type.
Just got to count it.
Just from there.
Okay, sorry, the screen's still playing up. The motion on the table. The council proceeds with the Gajildri Weir cabin project, subject to 100% private investment for construction, currently sitting at 2930, but can be brought forward if there's an offer sooner. And the council approves 200,000 from the council approves the seeking and the spending of 200,000 of grant funding towards the 26-27 Gajildri Weir project planning phase. The funding breakdown is 200,000, 26-27 from grant funding, nothing 27-28 or 28-29, and then 2 million from private investors, 100%, 29-30. But as we said earlier, it can be brought forward if a private investor and it suits council comes forward sooner. And then point 4 is around council approving the change in source funding for the Kajulji Wet Caretaker House, which is $40,000, but it will change from general fund to developer contributions.
Are we all okay, councillors?
So grant funding instead of general funding now.
That's right. Yeah.
26, 27.
Yeah.
Grants out there.
I think
And can I just ask, if we agree with some of it but not all of it, we have to vote against it?
if you disagree with something, you might have to put an amendment to it, or you can
Just vote against it.
You can talk against the whole thing, right? Or you can ask for amendment a part of it. At the moment, I'm going to go over to Councillor Kidd, who will talk against the motion.
So we're formally speaking against it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I support items 1, 3 as originally put, and 4. I oppose the 200K for planning being taken, but being dependent on grant funding. To do that, you've shot the whole project in the foot. We have been notoriously unsuccessful in securing grant funding for projects at Kajulji Weir, and this is a case where we have to show the initiative and we have to make a commitment. And I would urge councillors to think before they vote on this issue, because what you're doing is you're almost entirely guaranteeing that any future planning for this project does not go ahead, or at least until the next council in 4 years, 3.5 years' time. It is, and this is based on track record. This is nothing to do with funding or anything else. It is based on track record. There is significant community support out there for Kajulji Weir and for cabins by different funding methods, admittedly, but you shoot the whole lot in the foot if you fail to fund it. And this is what you're saying. You're not going to fund it. You're killing it by another means. And this is, I think, a significant tourist initiative. It has a lot of potential in a number of ways, tourism, commercial and other areas, and we're shooting it before the baby's even born. I'm sorry, I cannot support the amended motion as it is.
Can I just ask the question? Are you happy with 1, 3 and 4? Number 2 you're up against?
Yes, yes, the source of funding for.
I just want to, I don't want to dictate the debate, but if you do go forward and you do go against this motion, you might have to start again, building another motion again, you know? It seemed to be point 2, the sticking point. But
well, there's an alternate, and that is that you either
debate the number 2
in the absence of grant funding, that you commit to funding from the
can I suggest
council funds.
Can I suggest that we 1, 3 and 4 and then debate number 2? Because I feel that this motion will be lost on if the movement and second is happy.
Well, now it's Councillor Tynan's motion now, isn't it? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to
Your motion,
still my motion?
Yes. And Mr. Mayor, you should go as number 1 and 4, and because 3 also involves number 2.
3 and 2 are
yeah. Second, are you happy?
Make suggestions because we actually don't have that changed motion. We actually I can't really stand to say I agree with whatever you're saying. We're going to have to do it one by one because we don't have that on our paperwork here. So moving forward, if you want to do it individually, I'm happy to do that, but you'd need to let us know individually what it's been changed.
All right, but the general manager suggested me number 2 and 3 are joined.
Yep. Would you like to vote and
Can we vote on 1 and 4? The second then?
Could you repeat what it was if you
don't? The new 1 and the new 4.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
The 2 most important parts of the motion. We have to move 4, and we have to move 1 if you're going to allow private, you're determining how you build. 2 and 3 say where you get the money from planning from. That's where I disagree with the motion.
I am inclined to withdraw the motion, Mr. Mayor, if it's so complicated. I mean, I don't need to control this motion.
Who's your seconder?
It's my opinion that if this motion is voted down or voted up, the outcome's the same. We're not spending $200,000 and we'll have to really reconsider Geldry next year.
Yeah, I feel this motion here depends on where the money's coming from, right? In the first year, the way I look at it, right? I don't want the whole motion get thrown out. So I'll just get some advice here.
And Mr. Mayor, if the councillor wishes to withdraw the motion, he can, but then the second of, that means you go back to the beginning. The councillor withdraws the motion.
I just don't see the current slated amendments and whatever.
I suggest
it's less troublesome than just starting again.
It might be easier to do what councillor Nardi said and go through one by one. And we could start with number 4, get that off the table.
Yes, I'd like that. Sounds
so to do with the house at Geldry.
Happy.
Right, yeah.
Could you read it to us, please?
Yes, we've lost comms, so it's very hard to keep going.
Yeah, okay. So what do we vote?
We vote if the mayor's inclined to do this. The motion for number 4 is to approve a change in source funding for the Geldry Weir caretaker house renewal, which is budgeted at $40,000 from the general fund to Section 712 developer contributions in the 25-26 year.
So it's better worded.
Are we still able to ask questions or not at this point, or are we?
Yeah, we're going to write the question.
The questions at this time that
only relate to
just the house.
Yeah. 4. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to the Director of Corporate, the change in the fund to the Section 7.12 at 40K, is that ongoing every year after that, like 40K, just to clarify?
Fixing the house once.
Just fixing it once. Okay.
It's actually in this year's adopted budget. It just I never got down to it.
So I'm inviting questions on number 4 before we debate it.
So I just want to clarify, we're just voting on that this is already noted.
No,
we're saying it's what I read out.
The wording has changed.
Being the change in source.
We're changing the source of funding. So
we have the
need a motion
pretty soon.
So for number 4, okay.
Yeah. Councillor Edwards, okay, Councillor Edwards, with that. I'm asking questions, discussions.
Am I correct to say that the section 37.12 only has $300,000 in per year?
Correct. That's the budget, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I'll get somebody to close it. Anybody against number 4? No? I might move the motion.
Yeah.
Number 4, I will agree. Number 4, all agree? Good, thank you, right. Thank you, councillors. Right, let's go up to the top. Number 1. Number 1.
Can you read that, Mr. Mayor? Sorry.
Yeah, proceed with Geldry Weir cabin project, subject to a 100% private investment for the construction. Currently sitting on the 29-30 year, it can be brought forward if there is an offer sooner. I agree to that. So we're agreeing to proceed with the Weir cabins, right? Subject to 100% private investment. And I'll be happy to bring it forward sooner.
Mr. Mayor, we have a move and seconded, please. That motion.
Can we move in a second for that one?
I'll move it, Mr.
Councillor Wright, seconded by.
Do you need to have a mover and check for every single motion?
We're doing them separately now.
I'll second it.
Second.
All right, any questions about that? Any questions? This is a private developer, 100%, and to bring that forward if so, right?
Have we had any interest from private investors in the past?
Yeah, I believe there is some nibbles. I believe.
Yes, I've been speaking with people.
It doesn't, that doesn't,
And actually, Councillor Nardi, they approached us.
Well, that's good.
yeah. All right, look,
Move around to second.
I did, I gotta move it right and keep, right? So I might, there's no more discussion. We all happy to move on, everybody?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, number 4, all 4, good, thank you, great. All right, now, number 2, number 3 are joined together. And we have to change at the moment, talking about 100% funded.
And funded.
What's there now?
Planning.
What you've got in front of you is the motion is the recommendation as written, because the councillor withdrew his.
Yes,
so you
sorry,
have to
sorry,
start
sorry.
again.
So this goes back to the staff recommendations. Staff recommendation number 2 notes that 200K from the general fund is required on the 26-27 Googoodia project planning phase. 3, approval for Googoodia project financial breakdown as follows: 26-27 200K, which 25% will come from 7.12 development contributions and 75% from general fund. Number 27-28 year will be nil, 28-29 will be nil. 29-30 year will be 2 million from private investor outside the scope of development. The plan. So that is what the staff has put forward. Now, we can.
I'm happy to move. I'm happy to move that recommendation.
You happy to move that?
Yes.
Have a seconder for that motion.
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor, I'm confused.
All right, we've gone back to the staff recommendations because the motion was withdrawn and your amendment was in that motion.
Okay.
And that motion was withdrawn, right? So we're back to staff recommendations, right?
I'm going to make another amendment.
If you want,
If someone seconded, if
We can vote it down.
if the motion gets seconded.
Well, Councillor Kidd is moving the staff recommendation, which is number 2 and number 3. Go with that seconder. I can second, go
yes,
on. Yeah, I'll second the motion. Oh, Councillor Tiffin has seconded the motion. All right, so we're going to debate that unless there's an amendment somewhere.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment that the funding, which states $200,000 from the general fund in section 7.12, you need to read $200,000 grant funding.
All right, so that your amendment, I've got to ask the mover and the seconder if they're happy to accept it, which probably won't. Are you happy to accept that in your motion?
100% and funded.
Good.
No,
No.
not happy to.
So the amendment will come to the motion.
we need a seconder for the amendment first.
Yeah. Do you have a seconder for Councillor Tynan motion?
Sorry, if we're seconding, is that to move the amendment to a debate?
Correct, because
In the interest of debate, I'll move it for,
All right,
just for, that's not amending.
right, so.
So we're voting on.
Councillor Tynan's amendment, right, it's not accepted by the real motion, so the amendment becomes the motion.
Mr Mayor, there's a step in between. We've got to get the councillors to vote whether to accept the amendment to become the motion. Yeah.
All right.
So you're not
It doesn't automatically.
Yes.
It wasn't the original.
Yeah.
All right, councillors.
You're debating the procedure of whether the amendment could become the motion. You're not debating the case. That happens afterwards.
Yeah. So councillors, are you happy for Councillor Tynan's amendment to
become the motion?
Become the motion.
You're not voting on the motion. You're voting for the amendment to become the motion.
So, Mr Mayor, do people want to speak for and against? Is that our next?
No, it's not discussing the product. We're talking about, that's his amendment, become the motion.
Are you giving the amendment legs?
Rather than just the seconding from councillor Edwards.
It's not, they're not looking at the product, which is his amendment, be it blue sky, case may be, right? Is it to become the motion?
So are you happy for that amendment to become the new motion on the table? Think of it that way.
Driveway's where I'm at. Only when he knocks it down.
Right.
He's got to knock it down first, doesn't he? Which is-
You can't actually. It's legally extremely.
Did like that.
I'll say it again.
Yeah.
There was a motion on the table from councillor Kidd and the mayor. And then councillor Tynan moved an amendment to the motion and councillor Edwards supported that amendment. But it's not the motion yet. It's still sitting as an amendment. So council has to vote for that amendment to become the motion on the table for you to debate. It's a simple step. You just, unless you've got a procedural issue with it, you just, if the mayor is everyone prepared for that amendment to be the motion? Then people can vote
Yeah,
straight
I
away.
thought amendment this vote for the amendment goes into the motion, right?
Yes, that's what you said, yeah.
I do apologise. I do have a procedural question. So if we vote for this amendment, for example, it becomes a motion.
Let me debate it.
And then if we vote against it, then that motion is lost, is it?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and we go back.
And then we can't just go back to it and try again.
You go back to the original motion.
The original, yeah.
So you go back to the original. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then someone else, and then someone again can come on.
Hey, if we're not, yeah, exactly.
Right.
So is it, in summary, it's like, do we want the 200K to be a grant, or do we want to just spend it so we can get that's sort of what we're deciding between.
You haven't got there yet.
No,
You're
no.
simply deciding whether the
Yeah, yeah.
amendment becomes the motion.
We're trying to find out if you want to accept the amendment to the motion.
So then you should call all four, Mr. Mayor.
I will in a minute, yeah. I want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about. You understand? Those in favour? We've got 3. Right, so it's lost. Now we go back to
Councillor Kidd's original motion.
right? Unless someone else moves up something again. No? Right, good, all right. So if someone was speaking, I could give you the right reply at the end there, councillor Kidd. Anybody speaking against the point 2.3, which is staff recommendations? No?
I will speak against it. I think
It's motion.
$1,000 in council to do the plan. I accept councillor Kidd's view of needing to act to get things moving. I just think $200,000 straight out of the general fund is the right project, given that it's going to be 100% private investor.
Right, thank you very much, all right. Somebody, I might close the debate. You happy to close the debate?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Well, my argument is, as before, there are more facets to this. The master plan does need a review, and there are more facets to this than just the private investor portion of it. The second one is that if we rely on grant funding to fund the plan, that it will not happen. I can assure you of that. We have been totally unsuccessful funding, and I think sometimes you have to do your homework, and that's how you move ahead. And I would worry about engaging also with the private investor if we haven't done our homework properly. But the main thing is that there's no guarantee of any funding from grants. People give you grants because they have an outcome. It's not your outcome or your CSP that's under consideration. It is merely filling their own agenda, and this has failed to attract grant funding in the past, and I believe that will continue to be the case, and that we could kiss Kajulri improvements away if we vote against the motion.
Thank you very much. I'm going to put the motion now. The motion's in front of you. All very clear with the motion? All right, all four? Four. Four. Those against? 4. I have a deciding vote, don't I? Yeah, I'm in favour of it. In favour. Well, first one we've done that.
So, Mr. Mayor, you cast your vote to make it 4-all, so you've double voted. That's how it works.
Yes,
The tie.
casting vote.
It's casting vote.
The tie, yeah.
Interesting.
Thank you, councillors, for your deliberation.
Yes,
All right, moving on to Lake Paddock Master Plan. The recommendation is that council proceeds with the Lake Paddock Master Plan, another one, only if there's grant funding to cover 100% of the costs of the master plan and no construction costs at this stage. Do you have a movement?
Motion as stands, Mr. Mayor.
And seconded by Edward, was it?
No, you can second it.
Yes, seconded.
Mason.
100%.
So,
As it stands.
so do I have any questions on it before I put the
Mr. Mayor,
first?
I am going to vote for this motion because it's cost neutral, but I'm so confused about what it actually is. It is, it says lake, a waterfront, but there's no water there yet, correct? So it's just building the reserve, it's actually building the water.
Yeah.
I'm happy to speak to that, Mr. Mayor, at some stage.
I'm just curious.
I believe that's a question.
Yeah, it is a
Maybe
question.
you can answer the
Right. This is it's called Lake Paddock for a reason, councillor. It's because it's a low swampy area and that's why it hasn't been developed for any other use. It would naturally fill up, and I believe that there was more water in that area at the time when Leeton was being planned. In fact, the concept for Lake Paddock was developed by Burley Griffin, and his wife Marion Mahoney Griffin actually. I have seen drawings of her schematics for that. It was a little old-fashioned, but it was basically a walkway with a lake and a promenade around it, I suppose we'd call it.
Similar to what we've got at Yanko, basically, sounds like.
Yeah, possibly. In those illustrations, there was a formalised path around it. I think from one perspective too, obviously it needs to be 100% grant funded, but if you get down to it, the best known architect probably in Australian history is Walter Burley Griffin and his wife Marion, who was a co-partner. Maybe Harry Seidel might get into there somewhere. The thing is, I think it does have potential to attract grant funding. I do believe that if you're going to develop the Burley Griffin...
Are you talking to the motion, are you?
Well, no, but I'm not Mr. Mayor as such, though it's very close to it. I do believe that...
my question's been answered, Mr.
You're happy with that?
Councillor Kidd, thank you.
Yeah.
I can answer that. Councillor Tiffin, yes, Councillor Tiffin.
Where is it? Where is Lake Paddock?
At the back of the MI club and at the back of the golf club estate, that depression.
It backs onto the race course, the end of the soccer ground, at the Mayor Club, race course road, and then backs onto those industrial blocks along McQuillan Road, and then onto the Lake Paddock subdivision.
Where the gravel is?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is gravel there. There is a retention
depression, yeah. And also, councillor, it was to be the second choice for the lake in Leeton in year 2000.
Yes.
We had the 5 Barrel Lake first, and we lost that, and then we're going to try and do it over there. So it has been earmarked for quite a while. So we've had Councillor Edwards.
I guess mine's a comment into a question eventually, because I know what I'm like. I'm a little bit confused to hear that this is fully 100% just grant funded when we've been told with basically every other project that's been before us in this council chamber that we need to fund the money ourselves first. in order to develop a master plan. So how can, I'm just confused where this grant funding will come from. If we're going to cover a man-made lake maybe down the road when we can't find grant funding for a lot of other things. This just totally perplexes me, really.
I can.
So, is that a question or is that a comment?
No, I might comment. The old fire about the lake paddock has raised its head probably every 10 years. It raises its head all the time. I believe this has come from people who want to see something happen. And I think the staff have said, look, if it's going to happen, it has to be 100%. Granted, grant money.
First time that you've heard of it.
And I've heard about it before. No, I'm just a little bit confused that when on my time with this chamber, I've been told that every single other project we've been recommending, we need to front money. And then all of a sudden we're being told with this project in particular, it's going to be totally 100% grant funded, no money on our end. So I'm just a little bit confused behind the reasoning behind it. So
where the grant funding would actually just come from.
Yeah.
Is there something, Mr. Mayor, that states that there could be a potential chance for grant funding?
I don't know. I have to talk to.
Through Mr. Mayor, the planning department, the difference is this isn't a feasibility study. It's not a detailed design plan. It's not doing DA approvals. It's a concept plan. It's around land use planning, and the planning department, just as they got the money for the housing study, for example, they believe that there's an opportunity. It would be there's not a lot of opportunity, but they're saying if they can find opportunity, would council acting to progress this?
Yeah, we're virtually telling the community.
Costs to us.
We're virtually telling the community that we're not ready to do it ourselves. And another thing, I think, Councillor Kidd, I think one of the directors here came up with a plan, didn't he?
Yes. I'd like to correct you there. It was actually myself and another member of the community that actually came up with the development plan for that at the time when there was a sports grant about the $4 million
Oh, right.
projects.
So you had one as well, did you?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if you've got things.
And
that's good. That's good.
And that was acted on by the Director of Operations at the time.
Actually, it was actually community. It was actually community minded that came out of it, and then we were talking to the director about it. Just
And that also incorporated sports development plus
going to be part of the sport.
housing.
As an option that was going to fix housing and sporting.
Sorry, Councillor Knighty, I didn't know. 'Cause I always thought it came from the director, and there was a bit of hoo-ha about why directors doing.
Suggestion from community.
All right, good. Coming back to, we've got a motion.
If we could get it 100% grant funded and start to put some footprints down, it'd be great because the body of land is there.
I agree.
And available.
We're happy to have any more discussion or for and against. I might move straight to the motion.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just not sure why this is more important than fixing the stadium, but I guess it's not an either or.
No, it's actually come to.
It's a different
to make a
idea.
Yeah. All right. So, all in favour of this motion? Those against? All right. It's 10 o'clock. We've got to get the extension.
44.
We're going to go over.
Yeah.
All right. Now, next one is the Whitten Pool redevelopment. Right. I might just read it out to you. At the one, proceed with the Whitten Pool redevelopment. Approval, the funding of 200K pool reserve fund in 28-29 for detailed design works. 3, note that the future council will determine whether to proceed with the capital works or not. And 4, leaving the project in the long-term financial plan for 2.5 million, of which 1.5 million will be grant funding and 1 million loan funding. So that's a 4-step motion. Funding development, approval 200K, and also capital cost or not. But do you understand that?
Yeah, and I'll move that as it stands, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Kidd, seconded by Councillor Tynes. That's a new one. That's very good. All right, so debate, questions first. Any discussion? Anybody against the motion?
So I was just going to have a little discussion. Like we've been very well told that is it alabaster or something that the plaster.
It's a render.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is my original thoughts on this were no, but then I think about just general social equity, and I think this is a good project to do. It does call on the general fund a degree, but I think that Whitten deserves this. I think it's a good thing. I acknowledge the cost, but there's a large portion of funding, which I think is a fair thing for the rest of Leeton to deal with.
All right, Councillor Tiffin.
I'll just comment that I think there's opportunities which I'm looking into, but we can all think about into the future of Whitten Pool as a heritage asset. Because there's a lot of memorial pools across rural New South Wales that are, and I think they're part of the new heritage plan that the New South Wales government is developing. So yeah,
Right,
I'm a huge advocate for the Whitten Pool.
Good. Do I have a person against the motion? If not, I'll get Councillor Kidd to close the debate on that one.
Or just put the motion.
Or we can just put the motion.
Happy to put the motion. I'll just say that I fully support this, but we need to be, as I've said before, we need to be planning ahead because the pool is in a very poor state due to its age. And I totally support the motion. I think it's cool.
All in favour? Those against? Next one is public art on the Canary Corner.
Have you missed one, Mr.
Moved by Councillor Kidd, second by.
No, I was wondering if it does it?
Yeah, Whitten Pool's online.
Yeah, but I've got cricket facilities online in the middle.
I don't know.
On here.
Oh. Okay. I don't.
Just wondering if we've.
Redness.
I've got on my cheat list, that's right. I got public.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the cricket facilities were added after
It was from
at the request tonight.
All right.
Can I move that we note that?
I'll just try and find it.
Can I move, Mr. Mayor, that we note the discussion on indoor cricket facilities?
Right, all right. Is there a staff recommendation? There's no staff. No. All right. Do you have a seconder for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Edward. Oh,
Fighting over it.
So we're noting that. Any discussion? Anybody against it?
Is that, sorry?
Certainly not against it.
We've
been noting.
Just noting.
Early discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what the motion is for.
It's a note.
Noting
Yeah.
discussion.
Okay.
Right.
Well, especially since it's actually no staff recommendation and it's just an idea that has been raised again with council. We can't really anything else. So just procedurally, that's why I'm voting tonight.
Yeah. All in favour? Aye. Those against? Great. Now, are we on to public art now?
Sorry, procedurally,
What?
I need to just correct that. The recommendation is for council to determine the direction. So that's the recommendation in the.
Oh.
So
for the cricket.
For the cricket, so council's determined the direction by noting the. Because the staff.
Council.
Sorry?
To be determined by council or?
Oh, no, the
The
staff.
council is the councillors are the council in this context. And council was to determine the direction, meaning the elected councillors.
What we're not doing by noting it is shutting it down and ruling it out.
Yeah.
Okay, we're leaving the door open on that one. And
So what will happen is with the staff, we can then bring it back to us. Is that right?
It merits.
So
For cricket.
There's no money.
if you want us to, then if council could move a motion that says for staff to consider options and bring them back to council, but there will need to be some resourcing for that. Yeah.
So what was the original one? Councillor Kidd said note, but it's not note, it's a determined direction.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear that in noting it, it doesn't say that we're doing any action. Yeah. So if you want an action, then somebody needs to move an action.
bear in mind its resources and time and energy.
Yeah.
And bear in mind, we only heard about it really tonight from being a.
So,
Voters and we've made our choice.
well noted, right, good, all right, public art, the minor projects. Read out to you, public art on Cannery Corner. The recommendation is that council proceeds with public art on Cannery Corner project, subject to 100% grant stroke external funding. Number two, note at this stage, the full cost is uncertain, but for budgeting reason, it is recommended to include an estimate of about $100,000 grant stroke external funding for the public art of Cannery Corner. Number three, ensure that these budgets estimate to be adopted in the operation plan. Do you understand that, everybody?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to move it as the motion stands again.
That's a ton. Any discussion? Anybody? Question?
Art and silos. Always.
Question, Councillor Tiffin?
It's better than that and so on.
Councillor Tiffin?
Oh, yeah, just curious how, are we going to paint all the sheds? Have we got artists in mind, or it's just that this is just flagging that we might want to act on this into the future if we get grant money?
Well, that's
Flagging.
Is that right?
It's just flagging, it's just flagging that. All right. In no more discussion, nobody against it. I'll move the motion. Everybody in favour? All right, good, thank you. Good. Next one is CBD facade at Yanco and at Whitton.
Again, I'll move it.
Councillor Kidd, seconded by Councillor Mayton. Do you want me to read it out? Is in front of me, okay? Any discussion? Any dissent?
Just for council's information, this was raised during the Peter Kenyon community consultations in both Yanco and Whitton. It was well supported by the communities. In communities he's worked with before, reviving, refreshing or replace damaged shop fronts and things, and putting your best foot forward is something that works quite well. The community, both in Yanco and Whitton, were very keen on this, and there will be some funding available by the fact that we participated in that process. And there are opportunities to leverage off that initial seed funding that will come from, is it Rural Aid?
Yes, that's right.
Aid is the organisation that commits that funding to towns and villages that have had the studies done. So there is a chance that we could get a fair bit of, it's got support in the public, and we may already have a bit of money to kick some of that off, or at least a
Thank you, Councillor.
each one.
All in favour? All right, those against? Thank you. Now we're moving away from the projects, minor and major, and we're moving into revenue policy parts now. And our first one is page
19.
Page 24, 247. Page 24. Oh.
No, I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Water charges. You're looking at golf, Mr. Mayor.
Where's my 19 now?
19.
19 of.
Well, it's not there, that's all. All right,
Sorry.
sorry, apologise. Look at the wrong bit of paper. All right, adjust percentages, increase for water charges to smooth out the three tiers, page 19. The recommendation is with regard to water charges only. The council amends the 2025-26 revenue policy, including fees and charges for water charges, by smoothing out the increase across the three tiers, being 7% for tier 1, 5% for tier 2, and 3% for tier 3. Point 2, supports the philosophical of a tiered system, driving water conservation, but reduces the level of bill shock in a dry year. accept no other recommendation charges except water.
And
Except no,
Mr Mayor, just for clarification, the motion, if anyone cares to take it, is really only number one. The number two is saying that that motion continues to support the philosophy of.
right.
So they were explanatory notes, but
Oh, right.
they've been incorporated into the motion.
And the last one's the same, number three?
Yes.
Yeah. Did I have a move and a second for it?
And I'll move that, Mr.
Councillor Kidd. Councillor Mason. Any discussion? Okay.
Like clarification, it was brought up by some community members before that the tier 3 applies to farms and households. Commercial users were capped at tier 2. So, sorry?
The only farms that were on farm town water.
Yes. So what I'm just wondering, just with respect to the philosophy of water conservation, so if houses and farms on town water get to tier 3 and it's $1.65 above tier 2, should water conservation also be applied to commercial users of town water, suggesting that their rates be in line with other equal consumers of water? So if a commercial gets to 600 kilolitre level, I think it is, that they continue on that tier 2 level, whereas I or other people will be bumped up an extra $1.65 a kilolitre to, I forget what the current value is for the tier 3.
No, it's about $3.
Yeah.
Curious about.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so this goes back a long time, but the intent behind that is major industry in town uses lots and lots and lots of water, thousands of megalitres more than a residential household. And because council wanted to attract business and whatnot, it hasn't gone through that tier 3 rate because businesses have to use what businesses have to use. I'm not talking about small retail businesses. I'm talking about major manufacturers. They need water and they need big water. It doesn't mean that we can't reconsider in future reviewing the philosophy and differentiating between small retailers and massive manufacturers. I mean, there's some manufacturers that I'm aware of that use something like 4,000 megalitres a year. So that's our whole town supply.
I like the idea to check it out later.
In which case, I'm wondering if the philosophy can be made more user-friendly for consumers of waters at the tier 3 level, because our tier 3 rates compared to other councils and I feel that if we're going to increase the tier 1 by 5% or there's various percents of increases, given that our waters as a residential consumer are much higher than anyone else, then I think that maybe we either reduce the tier 1, tier 2, 3 rates of residential or increase the percentage of increase per CPI increase per year.
Through Mr Mayor, that's the intent of this. So the original budget that went out had all 3 tiers go up 7%. And after feedback and after considering the impact on bill shock and all the rest, it's been mooted to bring the increase in the tiers into a sort of a scaled way. So tier 1, our normal ordinary water, sticks with the 7%, as was in the original budget, but we bring tier 2 down slightly to 5%, and then those that go into tier 3, the level of increase is reduced.
Yes, but is it possible to reduce the tier 3 cost per kilolitre from what it is to something a bit more in line with other council areas? Or I'll ask it this way. Okay. Is there any reason why our water cost of tier 3 should be any higher than those surrounding councils?
That's not necessarily true.
That's true. I don't know, but is that true?
Golden water.
Definitely.
There's quite a few that we're
wondering. That can be investigated going forwards, but I think it needs to be part of a whole water review as opposed to making a decision on the hop around. reducing that figure, but
I foreshadow a notion that we do engage with such a review.
yeah, we can do that.
We
We can add that to the delivery program.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it, but remember,
Yeah.
we've got to put a new, a water filtration plant in one day.
Yes, and a lot of those costs, the 7% increase, that sort of stuff is to help fund it.
Huh?
The percentage increases, like 7% increase above, the CPI, the IPART rate is 4.4. This is an extra few percent to help fund the future cost of that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Only part of it.
Because we've been too cheap.
An action.
All right, look,
Mr Mayor, if I could just ask a question. With industry, they already start on the second tier, don't they? And it's a flat rate?
I think it is.
Yeah. So they're already paying initially for their water at a higher rate, councillor Tynan. They start off in the second tier. Areas like Golden Fields water are significantly higher, and I think they have a flat rate.
They have a flat rate, starts at $2, some.
Significantly higher. There's also state government considerations in here, and the state government initiate policies that unfortunately we cannot override. Bill shock, bill shock happens. I had a $1,100 bill. That's fine. It was a little higher than normal. I have a large block. I like my garden. I've got a swimming pool. Great. That's all fine. But the fact is that what determines bill shock is, one, the weather, which we have no control over. So a longer season, you're going to use more water. And two, it's not council who turns the tap on. It's the ratepayers who turn the tap on. And after wet years, people tend to forget that we need more water. It's dry.
Yeah, I might just highlight these costs, like per kilolitre, Griffith Council greater than 200 kilolitres is $1.18. Leeton, when you get to greater than 600 is $3.65. So even at the 600 kilolitre in Griffith, we're paying $1.50 something X per kilolitre. Likewise, Deniliquin, they only jump up to $1.68 greater than 800 kilolitres. Murrumbidgee, greater than 250 kilolitres is $1.01. Narandra, $1.35.
Wouldn't want to.
Interest of speed, everybody, we'll be here all night. Are you happy with that recommendation in front of us? And we'll talk about that later on. Yeah, okay.
And through you, Mr Mayor, just to clarify, is the mover and seconder happy to have a second recommendation? We do a review of the water pricing policy during the 4-year term of council. We might not be able to do it.
Is that a 0.4, General Manager? Is that 0.4?
No, it's, there's no 0.2 or 3, there's only 0.1.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so a new 0.2 would be, are you willing to add what councillor Tynan said about
happy with that.
doing a review of water pricing?
That at all.
I don't want to rush you, but we need to move on now. All right, everybody happy?
Yes.
Yeah. Everybody voted in there? Yeah? Right, good. Pass, thank you. Golf club fees,
We just passed 10 o'clock, so.
yeah.
You just need to vote on that.
I need a movement second that we extend past 10 o'clock. Moved by councillor Knightley, councillor King. Right, thank you. I'm in overtime now.
Don't we take a vote on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all in favour?
Reluctantly.
Go on, come back next Tuesday if you like.
It's time and a half.
Go to bed.
Nearly there.
Right, are we happy to move on?
Yes. Yeah.
Golf fees, page 24-25. The recommendation to be determined by council. I saw something come through.
That was.
The figures were sent to us. We need to also
ask the speaker if he saw his feet, happy to go with him, his feet. All right, so
just as a background to this though.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be wrong, but now that the golf club house is coming close to opening, and the intention with the golf course has always been to hand it back to the golf club at such time as they have the capacity to do that. Any decisions we make I would view as short term. maybe, hopefully, and I've been hoping for this since 2010, only a year or two.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment through you. I think that the uncertainty around the golf course and the likelihood of it being taken back by the club leads me to think that it would be more prudent for us to allow the fees to remain as they are, so that we don't introduce any uncertainty in an already fluid period for them. If we're still running it in 3 years, happy to raise it, because then we need to take responsibility for it. But I feel like let's give them some grace.
So
a huge effort into it. They've fundraised, they've built this thing. It's been amazing what they've done, and I don't want to add one barrier.
Will you move, Councillor Wright, will you move, there's no motion. Councillor Wright, will you move a motion that it status quo?
Yes.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Don't change the fees.
All right, good.
Please. Actually,
Right, any debate? Sanction?
I would have one question, perhaps the General Manager or Director Corporate. The fees that golfers pay to play, would not meeting the CPI on that have any adverse effect on that loan money that we loan them? That's strictly for operations, isn't it?
You go.
That's okay. Like this.
We don't loan them any money, so I'm not sure if I'm getting the language.
But we have no.
Your subsidy.
We have a subsidy, and that's for operations.
So our operational costs will go up by CPI or. But at the end of the day, we do use their income to offset our operating costs.
Right.
So there will, you could say there'll be a reduction in the amount of money we're able to recoup if we stick with the status quo.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, revenue will not be enough to cover the expenditure.
Okay.
Councillor Edwards, a question?
For you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager or Director of Corporates, is it my understanding, I just want to get my memory rejigged here, because we've got lots of information coming across us tonight, that the golf club has been almost cost neutral for council, and the money we've recuperated from fees has paid for operations.
It's
I just want to make sure
it's
that
approaching that for the first time this
40,000 last time, maybe.
Yeah.
Then previous years 80,000, 100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It started 100.
But slowly getting it, and will this like that sort of?
Though a new clubhouse may increase their income.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Just make sure.
Yeah.
It's a crystal ball, don't it?
If everything was Edwards, if everything was equal and costs were going up and they haven't put the prices up, then it will be more of a deficit. But there's a chance that they might get some money out of the golf clubhouse itself to offset it.
Yeah.
And just noted, when we did our walkthrough that day, to say that there had potential was someone potentially wanting to take over the clubhouse when they moved the clubhouse into the club.
No.
Well, they certainly do, but the clubhouse has no bearing on our operating of the golf course. So the income of the clubhouse is for the golf club. The income from people playing golf comes to council to run the golf course.
All right, everybody. Got to move a seconder. Did I get everybody okay then?
We haven't voted.
It would be a cost implication.
All right, all happy to move on to all in favour? Those against? Councillor Edwards, you still don't know?
I don't know. I'll vote there. I thought we weren't noting it. I thought this anyway.
Yeah,
I'm very confused.
All right.
I think you're sitting on.
Next one is
I'm an issue right there.
public hall fee. We'll talk about revenue. public halls. That council moves the public hall section of 2025 to 2006 revenue policy, including fees and charges, from the pages of 18 and 19 to pages 38 and 39 of this policy to improve the wording, clarity of community.
Happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Hit Tyler. Thank you. All in favour? All right, thank you. Next one is to do with swimming pool entry fees. Recommendation is that the council rounds to the nearest 50 cents all swimming pool entry fees within the 25-26 revenue policy, including fees and charges. Move for a seconder.
Can I move an amendment to that, Mr. Mayor? Point 2?
There's no amendment at the moment, there's no motion.
Right, can I move what's there, plus a point 2 that says, as we determined with water, that we just review that during the next 3 years, pricing policies on the pool.
You understand that question? So the motion is the motion in front of it will be point 1 will be that council rounds to the nearest 50 cents to swimming pool entry fees within 25-26 revenue policy. Point 2 will be a review
over the term of this council. Would there be a
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't currently have a policy. We just put it in fees and charges. So and we review the fees and charges every year. So maybe it's not review the pricing policy, but create a pricing policy.
Yes, you're happy with that, wouldn't you? Happy with that.
But do you understand what? Yeah. A question, Councillor Tiffin?
Sorry, I fantasize about being able to make sure that people who don't have much money or have a lot of kids can get into the pool for less. But I don't know if that might just be something that we can do as part of creating the policy, or is that something we can think about or discuss, or it's just not feasible? For example,
I'm just not sure we can do it now.
No.
Okay.
No, not tonight.
I'm very open to that.
So these fees and charges that we okay are going into the budget for this summer coming.
Well, that's why point 1 stays, and then we can review it in time for next year. My concern, and Councillor Tiffin probably shares that.
Second it before we go any further.
Yeah.
Second that for Councillor Wright. Thank you.
Sorry, mate. My view is that we could probably look at the bulk ticket prices and different things like that, initiatives that we can rejig the price and the, what do you call it, season ticket arrangements. Anyway, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any dissent? Any more discussion? All in favour? Thank you. Move on. Good. Next one, swimming pool instruction fees. The recommendation is that council leaves the swimming instruction fees unchanged at $200 and $50 respectively within the 2025-26 revenue policy fees and charges. You have a movement, you're moving it.
I've got a question. Do you want to wait till after you've moved it?
Yeah, someone needs to move and second by Councillor Wright. Second by.
I'll move it for debate, Mr. Mayor.
You second it?
Yeah.
Good. Question, Councillor Tiffin.
And comments. One question is, these fees, they go to us so that people have the right to run their swimming lessons at the pool. Is that correct? Is that how it works? So they pay us a fee. Afton Palmer pays us a fee so she can have private students at the pool.
I was always told it's like they're using our facilities.
Yeah.
To make money.
Well, it's
I understand that, because I felt like Mrs. Cook, who spoke to us from the swimming club, I thought she made a very relevant point that there's not really any difference between the uni students and private people, and that, swimming lessons are so critical and she sounded like it was having quite a serious impact.
Yeah.
And whether we can consider waiving, changing, minimising, even just for 1 year to see if it actually helps them. So probably that's an amendment.
Would be your, well, yes, it probably would be an amendment, councillor Tiffin. What would be your suggestion then?
I'm open to hearing everybody's wisdom. She said, why don't we make it $50 for everyone? I don't know how much money we make from, I mean, we make such a small amount from them that maybe it'd be worth cutting it for a year to see if it helps as a trial.
Mr. Mayor, that's what I wanted to ask. How much money do we actually make from these particular fees in a year?
Very little.
Yeah. 200.
It's a principle.
How much?
Maximum 7 times 200. That would be the max.
Yeah. So if it's such a small amount, there might be a sort of a goodwill opportunity to hear what the community person said to us in the meeting, have a trial where we reduce it for the next 12 months and see if there's a big uptick in more kids having lessons or more adults having lessons as well, just to, you know, because we're not foregoing any, we're foregoing so little revenue, it might be worth it.
Look, I got a funny thing. We're going to have to recraft this motion. Did you have a question?
I was just going to say, councillor Tiffin, I got a $50 drop, so from 200 to 150, not just a straight out 50. That was what I got when the lady talked to us.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just think we could show goodwill by. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I thought she said 50 for everyone, but maybe she meant minus 50 for the adults.
The recommendation is that it stays unchanged rather than going up. So there is effectively a cut there.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? What was it the year before last?
Oh.
Because off memory, it was below 200.
Well, I think fees and charge went by 3 or 4%, didn't it? Across the board, and then we had to bit by bit tweak them to different ones.
I think it was around, through you, Mr. Mayor, 191.
Yeah. I think it would be a really good PR exercise to demonstrate that we listened and we set it at, maybe 150, maybe 120. I don't know. As a trial.
Can I ask a couple of questions? So the motion in front of us is that the council leaves swimming instruction fees. That would be swimming instruction fees for, who is this swimming instructor for a start?
They're a registered private swimming instructor.
Yeah, it's like Mrs. Brumfield and Afton Palmer and Maddie Klein. And
so I'm
best if you don't mention names.
So I'm assuming swimming instruction is private. Fees are at $50.
To reduce it from 200 to 50, is that what you've written?
That's what we're doing it.
For clarification, Mr. Mayor, that $50 applies to university students
only
who come back, do swimming lessons over the break, so they have a much shorter period. And we also consider that they're sort of funding their education by doing this, and they're less able to pay, less capacity to pay.
This motion in front of us, which you move in second, right? Councillor Tiffin, are you moving an amendment or are you just?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I guess in my very clunky way, I'm asking if we can consider an amendment that we all agree upon, even if we just say it's for 12 months, and an amount that everyone thinks is reasonable without.
Right, I'm thinking councillors are asking what that's going to cost us.
I feel like that may have to be something that you suggest there, councillor Tiffin.
Sure, yeah. Okay, I think 50 sounds reasonable for students, and maybe we reduce the 200 to 100 to show that we listened, to see how it goes. And the link is the uptick with the, more participation, I guess.
All right, I've got Director of Finance wants to say a few words.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
sure.
I think just want to clarify, so the 200 fees is for 24-25? And the proposed fee is 209.
209, yes.
So what the recommendation is saying, whoever has put that they're asking to keep it at 200
last year
and not go to 209.
Yes.
I thought that I heard her asking if we could reduce it.
Yes, I think. Yes, you did.
The director was just clarifying for everyone.
So
Oh,
it's a
sorry,
case
yeah,
of- It's a case of keeping the fees at 250. You're commenting, maybe you might move a motion or, I mean.
Yeah, I think
amendment.
it's an amendment. I'd like to suggest an amendment that we change
All
it
right,
to
well.
150.
So what do you?
I think 100's too low.
Yeah.
Okay, 120.
Yeah, hang on. Councillor Tiffin, could you give us
Yes.
figures you want? What figures?
Well, I'm happy to be collective, but yeah, I said 100. Councillor Kidd said too low, so maybe 120. But
Thinking more
that's
150.
120 and what else?
Just you one.
yeah, maybe leave the 50 for the students and then just reduce the private to
100.
something that makes them feel like they've been listened to. So 120, between 120 and 150.
Can you give me a figure? 120.
You have to start.
Okay, 120.
Good, thank you.
Happy to second.
Just 2 seconds. I just want to make sure you're moving an amendment, right? That is 120 instead of 200.
Mm-hmm.
So that motion in front of us reads as is, but 120.
Yep.
I need a seconder for that amendment.
Yeah.
Councillor Wright.
Councillor Maiden already did. You just weren't looking.
Sorry, Councillor Maiden.
Yeah,
I thought people were telling me.
Yeah.
All right.
Councillor Wright was the mover, so
Yeah.
if he's accepting that, then he's
Yeah.
accepting it becoming
Yeah, it makes sense.
motion. He's the seconder.
Who's seconder with Councillor Kidd?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy to support it. Yes. But I would like to just play devil's advocate on this one at some stage, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so the motion now, no, we've
That's correct.
yeah, motion comes to motion. Yeah. That council leave the swimming instruction fees. But has to be changed,
Well,
doesn't it?
yes, the council sets the swimming instructor fees at $120 for registered seasonal coaches and $50 for students.
Right.
We'll put in the right official words.
Yeah.
And for 12 month period, is that correct?
25, 26.
All
Yeah.
your fees and charges are for 12 months, so you review them every 12 months.
Councillors are aware of what we're talking about?
Yep.
All right, any comment, dissent?
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, Mr. Mayor. A few years back, there was no fee for instructors. Council took the stand and was of the opinion that if somebody is using our facilities to derive an income from those facilities, that they should be paying an appropriate fee. Now, that's for someone to decide what the appropriate fee is. The other one is that a shortage of instructors is nationwide. It is not just Leeton, and it is not the actions of Leeton Council that's causing this. This is a problem Australia-wide. And I'll talk to my background on this because I have been an advocate for reasonable fuel prices for many years. It was mentioned tonight about swimming lessons for migrant women in particular, and with folk. And I advocated that many years ago because they are a danger group, a group in danger within our community. So I do support that, but there are very good reasons why we have these charges. I also, just a question perhaps to the General Manager or again the Director of Corporate, swimming instructors that are using our pool, who covers their insurance?
They do.
They have their own liability insurance, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think Mrs. Cook said that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I heard that, but anyway, yeah.
So, Councillor Kidd. All right, no more discussion, any dissent?
Can I just make a comment? I think Councillor Kidd will agree with me in this, that we don't agree with everything. But I definitely agree with what Councillor Kidd has said, and I'm just a little bit concerned with I know this is going into speculation now, so please stop me if I'm going to speculate. If we're going to do this I'll use Councillor Tiffin's words, PR exercise goodwill to reduce the fees to 120 and then work out, oh wait, it's not working, like then we're just going to review the fees next year and then increase the fees again. I'm just a little bit concerned. And I also do think that these are private instructors who need to pay for use of the pool. They're making money out of it at the end of the day, no matter what money it is. They're making money out of using our facilities. So yes, I do agree with Councillor Kitty.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like they're doing a good in terms of the more kids. It's like the argument about making it cheaper for the schools to do their swimming lessons, which I think I lost that one, but it's just the more kids who are getting swimming lessons, however they can get them, the better for safety, the better for health, the better for peace of mind of parents, you know, the prevention of drowning. And in fact, what we could do is at the end of 12 months, we could sit down with the handful of private people and say, okay.
Don't want to open the door.
All right, everybody, we're losing councillors. So are we aware of what the motion is on the table?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So it's just got to be carried.
Right. Waiting for council. That was some food left, aren't you? Yeah. Bunch of time with that. I'd just like to say that I like to see instructors teach people how to swim, but when they have to do the open water ticket or the bronze ticket or the back foot, that's all extra, you know. But to teach someone how to actually swim, okay for a low fee, but once they know how to swim, after that you should pay, you know.
Advanced certificates.
Yeah, all those other things, bronze and so.
Yeah.
So all in favour of the motion? Those against? No. I'm against it, yes. Next one is license fees clarifying for per kilometre.
It's a correction, Mr. Mayor. We're saying removing the word fee per kilometre. I think in the meeting notes it suggested replacing it with a fee per metre above a certain figure. 30. It was above a certain figure that we just have it as a fee per metre. And I'd like to just change the wording to incorporate that. Because
what's it a license for?
For pipes and things going underneath the road or in road reserve. Pay fees.
And in the notes, Councillor Tiffin, it talks about a basic fee which includes a certain distance. And what we're talking about is the distance over that free distance that we had before.
Did I get a move and a second? I didn't.
I've moved it with a change, Mr.
All right, and
shadowing a change.
Who's the seconder? Councillor Wright? Yeah, good man. Sorry, Councillor Madam, I just sort of caught my eye.
Doesn't matter.
Everyone knows what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Any discussion and dissent?
The basic charge plus a fee per metre. We worded it that way.
If we use the language that's in that the staff member actually provided, remove the wording fee per kilometre from each line and add lines for an additional charge per metre after the inclusive 30-metre
Good.
charge.
Perfect.
And it's exactly as I said it.
Absolutely happy with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify this recommendation and this motion. We're not actually changing prices, are we? We're just rewording it to make it more clear. Okay, thank you. I just want to double check.
All right, I'm going to move the motion, everybody.
I think it's proper.
All in favour? Those against? Good, thank you. Next one, we're going to move on to SRV, 2627, page 18.
Stadium fees.
Stadium fees.
All right.
I'm quite sure you got SRV out of it.
I got a bit of a cheat sheet here, Steve, but
You just one ahead. You just missed one.
all right, good. Stadium fees. The recommendation is that council recommends that the fees and charges are not changed undertake a review of stadium fees and charge before December 2025. I'm moving to seconder. With Councillor Wright, Councillor.
No.
I'll move.
Councillor Nardi
Right,
and I seconded it.
right. Councillor Wright, Councillor Nate. All right. Any discussion?
Yeah, so after we've heard from, we've heard about, some instructor fees and we've, gone into a bit of a discussion of that. We've also heard from the Basketball Association. I think it'd be a good idea to make a suggestion to potentially honour a $19 saving fee on the weekend.
Yeah, I do too. That she made a lot of sense. The idea of everyone hooking off to Griffith is really sad.
Worries me too.
All right.
Well, whether there's heavy charges.
You want to amend that, do you?
Your motion.
I'd be happy to put in a little amendment that we do review it.
Weekend rate to $50.
But just withdraw.
Which was something they made a suggestion that I think it's good. It's $19. I think we're going to have more kids that actually utilise it.
All right, so is that point 2? Point 3? That'll be point 3, wouldn't it?
Point 1 because we've.
Point 1.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So it's not as moved, so the recommendation was that nothing changes, but we review the fees and charges, but you wanting it changed straight away, so that's.
Well, 1st of July.
So if you want to, I don't know if you want to withdraw the original motion and put in.
I'm happy to withdraw the original motion and put in an amendment.
And your seconder is happy to withdraw?
In a new motion.
Right.
Put in a new motion.
All right, your new motion will be what? Recommend that.
You withdrew it, so.
Yeah, but you have to be someone else.
You're happy to second it?
I'm happy for you to withdraw it.
Yeah, good. All right. Well, Councillor Nardi, what's the words? Reckon that the fees and charges for Saturday or?
For the weekend rate to be reduced from $69 to the suggested amount of $50.
And then the rest doesn't change.
And we maintain part 2 that takes a review.
Yeah, so can I just clarify, are you only going to do it for one group of players or for everyone that uses the stadium? Should it be a blanket thing of
Well, it's
all weekday rate?
a weekend rate, full stop. So
Yeah.
whoever uses the stadium for the weekend rate.
Mm.
Yes, I think
That makes sense.
okay, so it's just the indoor stadium. So instead of doing a dollar amount, do you want to just make a standard rate, the weekday rate, the standard rate, 7 days of the week?
Or the weekday rate plus 10%.
I feel like what you.
Who was the mover?
No, just the rate, the whole, every day of the week is the same rate, yeah.
Sorry, my suggestion was to move it to $50. And per what was suggested from the users of the group. They were happy with that, for an example. So I feel like we're still making a little bit on it, and we're not losing anything as such. And we're also fitting the bill of looking out for the.
So what are the rates at the moment?
So the week is 44.
Oh, I thought it was 50.
No.
No. We're probably going to struggle though with staff wages.
I just want to, you moved the motion.
But weekday hire, casual hire is 58. Tournament hire is 22. Court hire for basketball, netball is $53
So
in the week.
So they alluded that they were paying 44 already. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the weekday representing training of sports.
So we have different rates for badminton, different rates for, that's why I'm just wondering if council's thinking of it holistically or only in terms of giving this benefit to basketball.
So can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, first I have to give.
Oh, yeah, of course, sorry.
I guess I've got a question to clarify around how much revenue is made from the fees and charges, because I'm conscious that we're trying to make a financially prudent decision and we're just talking about numbers of decreasing fees by $19 how much of an impact will that actually make on the operation?
But I think the weekday rate will go up a little bit. Is that what
Weekday
you
rate,
mean,
is that what-
Sandra?
Like the weekday rate will go up a little bit and then, okay.
So from my thoughts, it's not getting utilised because it is too expensive already.
Yeah.
So then therefore, if they have the option of it having as a reduced rate to $50,
yeah,
then they would actually use it. So we're actually making money off it then.
Yeah.
And then we're not sending kids over to Griffith when they can come here, and then if they pay, if there's 10 and they pay $5, then we're actually making money.
Yeah, there's 0 times.
Yeah, if they're not using it, but I
guess Councillor Wright, then Councillor Wright, sorry.
because
Are you finished?
yeah, for nothing.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Maiden.
My suggestion is that we could achieve what you're achieved by just making, and just also I'm concerned about fairness to the other sports. I'm concerned that there is already a relative difference between the different uses, that we should maintain that and simply abolish weekend rates. Just make it weekend rate the same as the weekday rates. Would that achieve what you're trying to say?
It's more so like, is there anyone else who's actually wanting to utilise it for the weekend, or is it just the Basketball Association?
But if no one's using it anyway,
and just the Basketball Association who are requesting it, then we would only be doing it for.
Can I just ask a question before?
I'm just worried about being perceived as favouring them.
Is there staff used on weekends? Is there staff on weekend?
That's what my question is.
Paid for?
Yeah. Yes.
Councillor, remember the staff on weekend rates have to be paid.
So just for clarification, let's say they're paying $50 on the weekend, we're paying, and they hire for 3 hours, we've got a staff member there for that full duration for the 3 hours. I know this sounds like a really simplified question, but I'm just
very true.
Trying to do the maths, and obviously, but also keeping in mind. So there's one part of that goes, well, we're really going to make probably very little, if not nothing at all, if we have a staff member there with weekend penalties. Pardon?
The lights are on.
But I understand, having listened to them speak this evening, particularly we're sending children out of town. I can see we're going to be making money from it. That's probably, probably a few minutes ago I was thinking, they're going in to hire it for 2 hours. There's $100 that we didn't have, but really we're probably going to incur a cost by the time we pay that staff member and the cost of electricity.
Sounds like even with the 69,
We don't have electricity.
sounds like even with the 69, we will be out of pocket.
I think
so. I just
actually, yes.
The fee review is important. Don't know what the fees really are in Griffith. We only have anecdotal evidence, and sometimes those fees might be subsidised by one of the basketball associations, private sponsor, and maybe that's why it's cheaper.
Maybe.
Fair enough.
We need to have all the facts.
Councillor, I just want to refer to the General Manager. She's gone through the revenue for last year and this year, and she'll just give you some figures.
So the weekday casual hire in the year that we're in right now is $55, and the weekend one is $73.
Per hour?
Per hour. That is per hour. Yes, a whole court. It's not it's the whole court is rented out for $73 per hour. And the proposed new weekday fee was $58 for weekdays and $77 for weekends, again for the whole court. I think what they're saying is that if an individual wants to go and play, they caught up by having to pay a whole court hire fee. Might it be better to have an individual, a casual fee per person, rather than
Can play outside if there's only one.
rather than undoing our fees and because that's what they were. If I understood correctly, it was the individual wanting to go and shoot hoops.
That going, we still need to open and have a staff member for maybe 2 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I think the girls were saying that they want, if it was more affordable for them, they'd run more, 20 kids upskilling stuff, more structured stuff.
The other question that I was going to add was, if they're doing it occasionally anyways, is it the Basketball Association who are opening the stadium and looking after the people? Because staff aren't really doing anything besides probably opening the venue.
Can we say unchanged at the moment and then sit down and work out properly? Because haven't got enough.
We could definitely take it on notice.
Yeah.
Make a discussion later.
I could maybe circulate some ideas to you. It'll be fine.
And we'll let the Basketball Association that we're looking into it.
Maybe get them to come and clarify things for us.
Yeah, we're making the policy on the hook. Yeah.
That's true. It's late and we're just.
Fly, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so the motion is what? Recommend that the fees and charges are not changed. That should be happy. Undertake a review of stadium fees and charge before December 25, which we're going to do anyway.
We're live.
Or are we just?
Well, yes, except councillor Knighty was moving a change now. No.
Yeah, but councillor Knighty is open to have a chat to them. And it says before December 25, that can be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Before December 25.
Are you happy with that, Sandra? Thanks for.
You're happy for me to remove the suggested motion?
Yeah.
Go with the first motion.
Yeah.
And maybe just put in a clause that we definitely discuss, we have a meeting with the Basketball Association to discuss options moving forward to help with assistance of hiring the.
And it said before December 25, which is.
Yeah.
Everybody happy with that?
So. Yeah, all right.
Favour?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, now, do you think it's worthwhile to go and get some sandwiches or not?
I think it might be worthwhile, Mr. Mayor, that some of us would like to eat. If we have a moment.
But you've got to promise you're going to be back here real quick.
How long have we got left, guys? Sorry, I'm just
We've
flagging.
got another 10 or 15 to go.
No, it's accepted.
There is still live. Need to adjourn the meeting and.
Oh, sorry. Is Terry there? Does Terry know how to adjourn the meeting?
Okay.
I need to move in a seconder that we adjourn the meeting, right? For 15 minutes.